So, Ginla, Professor Samten Karmay, we are very pleased that we can include you into the project Oral History of Tibetan Studies. It's an honor. And I would like to start asking you about your origin. Where do you come from?
Sure. The place is called Shaku in the local language, and the people are Shawa. But we were known as Dzongchu people. Dzongchu is the name of the place. It is a very old name of the region. Already in the Hua manuscripts, it is referred to as Dzongchu. And it was a place for the Tibetan garrison there in the royal period of the Tibetan history. So it was quite an ancient place where a lot of different people come together for various trading purposes and exchange materials, commercial materials. Chinese, first of all, the town itself is called Songpan. And it was a Chinese town, and the people, Tibetans, Huke, the Chinese Muslims, they are called Huke in Chinese. And Tibetans, particularly from the Nomadic areas like Geluk, Dzogchen, all these people come there to do the trade with the Chinese in the Songpan. And I wanted to know exactly why this place is called the Songpan. So I asked the Chinese scholars whether they understood, whether they understand the meaning of if there is any meaning of the word is Songpan. And I was told that, in fact, in Chinese, Songpan is quite an unusual name. And the man I asked, he thought that it was a song and a pan, two things. And the song coming from the Tibetan word Dzong, Dzongchu. And the pan is the next region from the Shako, Panju. There are places called the Panju. And it was the Chinese garrison that were fighting against the Tibetans coming from Dzong and Panju. How reliable this interpretation, I can't tell, but it was very interesting, I thought, in the way, some kind of explanation why the place is called, and the Chinese local town called Songpan, which now covers the whole region, in fact. Nobody seems to know where the Shako is when you say Shako. If you say Songpan, then everybody knows that you come from Songpan. And it is about 350 kilometers from Chengdu to go up. As you come from Chengdu, then you pass through different, mainly 3 or 4 different regions populated by different people. First, you see people wearing black turban, and then later, I think there was a white, I'm not quite sure. And then as you climb up on the Tibetan plateau, you see Shawa people, Shawa women wear red turbans. And my mother, till she came to India, she wore her turban. And so these were the Shawa people who were some sort of mostly farmers in the region. They grow barley, wheat, and a lot of vegetables. and they were sort of Tibetan called the Roman. It's neither room or no do. Do means neither nomadic, no peasants. Which is true because they do keep a lot of animals for transport purposes. Like Dzong, yak, mostly Dzong. For example, my family in Samten Karmay has got had about 70 Dzong kept up in the mountains all the time, all year round. And then some other animals for purposes of cheese, the butter, the milk at home. And apart from that, some other Dzong for plowing in the fields. And then there were horses. My family has got about 20 horses. And sheep and the pigs and hens as well. The hens just mostly for eggs, but nobody's. It's very few people eat eggs. Another one. But no hens have ever been killed for eating. They were quite there. The main thing is that when you go tomorrow to travel somewhere, we should let's get up at the first crying of the cock. As the people didn't wear watches, they got to tell what time they were going to rise in the morning. First crow, second crow.
So your
yes.
family was both farming and keeping animals? So your family had both animals and fields?
Yes.
Yes, and your parents would work in the fields?
They worked in the field. And one of the largest families owned the land, a kind of a landowner, which they suffered during the Cultural Revolution, because if you were a landowner, you were some sort of reactionary people. So my father suffered a lot from that. And because of the land, they worked. It was some kind of a self-sufficient family living. Nobody ever went out to do the shopping. There were no places to do the shopping anyway, unless you go down to somewhere, which they quite often they went there to do the trading. So they were quite, the Shah people were quite self-reliant people. The food was quite natural. The things they grow, mainly barley and wheat. Mostly barley. But then those who had got a better land, well situated, they can grow wheat. That means that it was very funny because when you have a wheat, it was called whole wheat for making bread. But when you have a white bread, it's somehow better than the brown. Only the rich ones in her family have got a white bread.
Did your family have white bread?
Yes. And we also had milk, because other people didn't have milk, because they didn't have a female Dzong or yak at home at all. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is that life was quite not particularly luxurious, but it was quite a self-sufficient and eating natural things. The other problem there was that while you have a lot of animals on the mountain, you have a problem with the wild beasts, wolves, wild dogs. They come in packs. Like you have a pack of wild dogs. They can hunt. They can destroy, eat sheep. The other thing is that only the rich people have a good sheep. And the other one, those who are not rich enough, they have goats. Those who own sheep are regarded as, oh wow, these people are rich. And those who keep goats, they are not well known, regarded not well off. This is from sociological view, which is quite interesting. So during the summer, the village people can be very busy. Apart from work in the fields, there were a lot of festivals propitiating the mountain deities, particularly by the people, by the men who worship the local deity, whereas the ladies worship the Lu, which lives down in the rivers or the lakes or in the spring. So very few people actually worked on these aspects of the village life in Shaku. I mean, people who worked on Ando, for example, the American anthropologist, diplomat and anthropologist. Can you remember the name? I can't remember the name now. This who wrote quite an interesting book, but he never seemed to have heard anything about Dzong or Shaku. Rock.
Joseph Rock?
No, he didn't come. There was another diplomat.
Robert Equal?
Huh?
Robert Equal?
Before that. Anyway.
Did your parents come from the region as well? From Dzongchu?
From Dzongchu. They are from Dzongchu. I can't tell from what time, what century they were there. There were no records. There were actually records, but then the most important thing in documents one family has was that a scroll. There were several scrolls hanging in the chapel, just beside the drum. And these scrolls were recorded, some kind of records of the family. Not just intended for history, but it is when somebody dies, a member of the family, then a certain number of lamas were invited, and monks also to perform funeral services. And these are recorded in the scrolls with the name of the person, deceased person, so that you can see that who died, in what time, which year, and so on. So it also indicates that the origin of the lady come from another village and married into the family. And the lamas who were invited to perform the funeral services, and also the family distributed the riches in the monastery and so on and so forth. So it's quite important, the historical documents in these scrolls. But unfortunately, they were all burned during the Cultural Revolution. It's all gone. When I went back to under 1985, after about 30 years from West, I mean, the first thing I wanted to see was that those schools, none of them remained. So it's hard to tell. Therefore, I want to tell the history of my family. I can't.
And
There's no way of telling.
These scrolls were kept in the Dzong monastery?
These schools.
Was it Dzong monastery?
No, in the family.
Oh, in your Lhasa, inside the house.
Well, actually, in each house of the family, there is a chapel, which can be quite big. So you have a lot of things there, and the scrolls are kept in this chapel. Anyway, I wanted to see those schools anyway. None of them, God is very such effective the destruction. Apart from my own family, I also went into other houses if there were any, in just in case one left. Then it's all gone. And this is the wheel. You see, yeah.
Yes.
The wheel. Yes. When I went back in 1985, somebody had given to me this because it was mine. He kept it. He said he kept it for me. Well, I believe he did. Whether it was the intention or not, but he kept it. The fact that he could keep it, he saved it. But of course, he would know that I would be back in 1985.
So you used this prayer wheel when you were a child?
I had it made. I had some Chinese silver dollars, and I can't remember, it was about 13 or 14 silver dollars. So this wheel is made of Chinese silver dollars.
Which memories you have from your childhood? How many siblings did you have?
Oh, I had 2 other brothers. My brother now, Soko, he lives in England. After him, there was another one, and then there was a 4th one who was about 5 when he died. So we were only 4 brothers, but it's surviving 2.
And you lived all together, and you went into a monastery at some point?
Yeah, that's right. I went to monastery because it is the tradition that the elder brother normally become a monk, while all the others remain in the family. And the elder brother, the oldest, lives separately. In that case, when you become monk, and then you live in a monastery. In the monastery, again, like in the village, you have your own house. The Kaminsong family has got a very large house in the monastery, and where my cousin and I used to stay. The monasteries were in Amdo, were at least in the Shaku, were not really literally monastic. Of course, the monks do not marry apart from that. They just do anything almost mostly trade. But then the house belongs to the family, not just for the monk, but to the family. the layman can come there, stay for different purposes, quite often for doing religious devotion. And that's why when there is no work in the village, and there is quite often the Lama of the monastery giving religious instructions for 6 weeks. It's called Ngundo. And that was the time that my mother took me to do this when I was about 12 or 13. I didn't want to go particularly to do this, but of course my mother just really very ordering me to do it with her. We went to the monastery and stayed there and followed the religious religious devotion. I mean, you have to do a lot of prostinations, reciting a lot of mantras and so on. So in a way, this was something quite useful in my life, because it was some kind of initiation, as far as I was concerned. But I didn't, of course, understood anything much. Was not really quite interested in it either. But it became some kind of education, part of education. And that was my mother's intention, I think. And later, when I went to the monastery, the thing I did for the Ngundo took into account in a way. So it saved, in a certain way, time for me. While my other friends, they have to do the Ngundo, they can do reciting mantras, doing the Kora, the Chak, all this. Well, so I didn't have to do it.
Who were your teachers in the monastery?
That's a very interesting question, a good question. The monastery I went is about 30 kilometers from my own monastery, which is called Nating, which is just beside the village. The Changdang monastery, from where my mother's come from. That's why I was sent to Changdang monastery, where my mother's uncle, who is my grand uncle, was the chief teacher of the monastery, and he's called Hoa, locally called Hoa Aku. Hoa is the name of the family. And he was a Geshe of Yongdong Ling, the Bonpo monastery in the Central Tibet. And then they later became some sort of like a magician, really, in a certain way. He can perform rituals, and he's a very, very learned, written a certain number of books. And so my mother decided to send me to stay with him. So I spent for almost 7 years with him. So this was my basic education of the basic education in the monastery of Dzong. He was quite a very cheerful man. I mean, he never scolded me. And I did almost anything I liked to do. And I was very tolerant. I mean, compared to other teachers I had in the village before. In the village, there was a man from Ngawa, and he became, with his own initiative, he started some kind of school there, and he started teaching Tibetan to the village children. And I was in there. He was a very difficult person. I mean, he beat us quite a lot, really. And I never liked this teacher at all. He was quite different. Much later, years later, when I went back from Europe to Amdo, I saw him. I still had a fright. I was frightened to see him. When he turned up with his smiling face, I thought, oh my goodness. Anyway.
Sorry. How do you remember the studies in the monastery? How did you learn with Horva Aku and others?
Horva Aku was not in the Mutanta monastery at first. He was in the next region, Penju, where he was a tutor of a incarnation Lama in a monastery. At I think it was about 1950, I think it was 1950, yes. The Dzong monastery wanted to establish philosophical studies and teaching. And then they invited my grand-uncle to come back to the Dzong monastery and do the teaching. That was how it started, because my uncle, he studied himself in the Otone, and then later came back to Amdo. And then there was a dispute between him and the monastery, the monk of the monastery on the doctrinal matters. And then he decided to leave the monastery. He didn't want to remain there. He went to Tebo, where there is a sacred mountain called the Takajagun. He spent in the retreat for about 13 years there. And then he was invited to another place to be the tutor of the reincarnation Lama. And from there, then he was invited back to Dzong monastery to do the teaching. So when I was there, he came. I remember that my mother was very excited because her uncle was coming back from Penju to Dzong monastery and to do the teaching. Now she thought, oh, well, this is the time now you can go to the monastery. And then by that time, I was already about 14. I started going out with a village girl, which was one of the reasons that I never wanted to go to the monastery. But I couldn't tell, actually, to my mother or to my parents that I had a friend in the village, and now I don't want to go out anywhere. I couldn't tell that story. They just said, tomorrow morning you are going to go to the monastery, and then Horva Aku is back in the monastery, so there you are. I had no choice.
But did you like the studies then?
I didn't like it very much, the monastic life, which was very severe. I mean, in a way, in many ways, they're very restricted. But staying with my grand-uncle was quite tolerable. I mean, didn't make me feel animosity or anything of that sort. But then I was not really devoted to monk. I mean, I just dressed up as a monk, of course, and I had my name or something, a monastic name. And I didn't have any religious feeling taking my uncle as my spiritual master and that sort. I didn't have that kind of feeling.
So what was your name before Samten?
My layman, yes, my lay name is Wong, which is the long one. So I was just in the village called, people call me Teko, which means, which is a shower, I don't know how you say that. My brother's name is Soku. His name is in fact Sonam. So you have a ko at the end of the word, which is somehow acquainted name. So people who know you well, then you can use that name, but not otherwise. So I was mostly in the family Teku and the village a little bit as well.
Who gave you the name?
The layman name. There was an old monk who was traveling down from in the valley. He was the teacher of the Gameng monastery. I don't know, you've been there, or you have not been there, no. Anyway, Game is one of the monasteries that and this man, the main teacher of this monastery, and he was traveling down in the valley. And it happened that I was born somewhere there. My parents asked him to give me a name, which he did, yes. But I hardly ever used it.
And who gave you the name Samten?
My uncle, grand uncle. It is a sort of a monastic name. That means that you are renouncing your layman's life. And I was too young to renounce that kind of thing. As I said, that I was more or less really a layman, just dressed up as a monk and receiving the name in a sort of kind of formality. This is one of the problems in the Tibetan society. You become a Buddhist, either a Bonpo or Buddhist, automatically, without knowing. One day you realize, oh, I'm a monk, yes, what should I do this and that. Whereas, in fact, if you follow literally the monastic discipline, monastic code, you are allowed to become monk only at about 22 when you know what you're going to do or what you're supposed to do. But then, it was the tradition that there were monks, I mean, little monk and money. They are only about 8 or 9 years old, don't know about. When they get older, I don't know about age, they will realize that they are monk. So, I mean, this is some sort of religion is imposed on you by tradition, without knowing whether you're going to be monk or not, or what you mean by the monk.
Can I, sorry, can I also ask you about the name Karmay? Is it linked to the Me lineage, or where does it come from? What does it mean?
This is a good question as well, because I want to know exactly from which date or century the family had this name, and I couldn't find any document showing that. But Kar is something to do with the walled house, or like a chateau, or like something like a castle, Kar. And in Mehu, which is a Mehu, which is a very popular name in Amdo, some sort of clan name, but it's hard to tell from where, because there are so many of these in the Ngawa and the Mewa, Zogi. So this sort of combination with the two words, ka and mu. And later, when I was in Panchu, the next region of the Shah in the north, I also founded another family called Karmay as well. So there may be others, I don't know.
And that's the name of your father and your father's family?
Yes, father's family name. My mother's family is a Hoa. It's like a Hoa Agu. There are two families. There are Hoa in the Dzong village.
And could you say, please, what is the name of your village?
Kitsar. It's called Kitsar. There are about 20 houses there. It's a very small village, right up in the mountain. Yes, it was a very small village.
What did you like to do as a child before you went to the monastery?
Yes, oh yeah, I was a shepherd, looking after the animals. I think you call it shepherd, but in fact not only the sheep, but you have to look after other animals as well. It wasn't my parents who wanted me to do it, but I just volunteered. I thought it was a nice thing to do. There were about 70 sheep, about 20 horses, or 18 horses, and the 2 mules, and 8 dzog for plowing, another 4 zomu for cheese and butter and so on. All these animals had to have kept in the village, so you have to drive them every morning to the mountains and then look after them. But it was very great fun because a lot of other children doing the same thing. So we were all together about more or less about 16 or 17 people. And then we were in some kind of group work. All the animals drove together in the mountains and then just leave them on there. And then play just all day long. If the weather is good, it could be quite nice then. But then tragic things happened when one day we were about eating our lunch and so on, cooking. And then somebody said, "Oh, look, what happened?" When we looked up, on the land, on the mountain slope, it was quite dam, what it is, rolling 2 animals stuck together, rolling down, white, red somehow. Then we approached to the scene. There was one sheep and one wild dog. The wild dog sank, it is fun, into the neck of the sheep, very deeply, I suppose, and then bleeding. That's why we saw red. Then they both rolled down to the river. They were not quite river, they were a stream. And they stood near the other side of the stream. And then the wild dog wouldn't let go of the sheep at all. The sheep was still moving. After a while, then the wild dog left. Then the sheep died. And I fell out there. It was the best sheep, the ram of the family. It was a very good, bad shock. I had to run back to the family to ask my father to come with his gun. He did. But by the time we arrived back, the animal has gone. Happy, otherwise it would have been killed.
Were the people also hunting?
Yes. hunting was one of the things that people do, not. It was regarded as some kind of exercises to test yourself with your own strength. Because it's not easy to hunt. Mainly they hunted deer, which is a very sensitive animal that you, from very distance they can sense that somebody coming. And so you have to be extremely careful. I mean, this was I told me, so I never did it. I mean, so it was some kind of elite activity, but not normally. People were quite, unless the wild animals like a wolf or something come down on it. This was a big problem actually for the domestic animals. One of the Dzong, about there were 70 of them my family had Dzong, which were kept up in the mountain. And one person has to stay with them all the time. And one of these Dzong were chased down by a wolf. And it knew where the village is, of course. It came right to the village and it tried to enter the gate of our family. But the gate was shut, closed during the night. It was during the night. The animal then tried to fight by turning around and put her at the bottom, right to the gate, and then tried to fight with the wolf in the front of it. By doing that, he spread all his blood, on the door, on the gate. Because it was chased by the wolf, attacking at the back. And then at the dawn, I think, it's about the dawn, then it left. But the Dzong was quite extraordinary because it knew the way down to the village and then found the gate, but the gate was closed and it still went on fighting. And he saved himself because of the inside there was a dog which was barking all the time, of course. But at the dawn, then the wolf knew it had to go away, otherwise it would be quite risky for it anyway. So this was something upset everybody in the family because you got blood on the gate all over the place. I remember that. So it wasn't a very easy job, in fact. It was nice to play with your friends and so on. Quite often, it was at the time to go and to get together all the animals to go back to the village. And then, but that time it was already setting. And then you find out in the last minute one animal is missing, or making sure that all the sheep were there, and the horses. And quite often the horses were not together. All the Zomo were not together, the one is missing, then you don't know where it could be. And so.
Where did you first learn how to read and write?
Well, this was when I was at the village. I went into this school I talked about. I just started reading, not writing. This was the Tibetan tradition. You started reading, but not understanding. You would start reading, start smelling, spelling, and so on. Then later, when I went into the Dzong monastery, then I started really reading, understanding as well, and writing as well with my granduncle.
What did you read for the first time?
Yes, it was a text for the propitiation of the mountain deities. It's a very quite a long text. You start reading that.
Is it something you knew by heart?
We learned later on by heart. Everybody knows that. So when the village people gather together to propitiate the Yula, the Shida, whatever, then they start reading this. So only even the layman, everybody knows that text.
Genla, could you say something more about the worship of the Yulhajibda? How you remember it when you were...
Yes, I participated into this. I think there is an annual festival, it was a kind of festival because actually there was first 2 days ceremonial ritual in the village, and then at the end of this ritual, then people go up, and the one person at least from each house, and this person, I'm not telling the whole detail, but there is some kind of federation in the region. You have a certain number of villages working together. So you have two things there. The Yula, which you worship together, and then the monastery, and another place where you have a religious cultural organization. Only the laymen who go up to do the propitiation of the Yula deities. If you're a monk, you're not supposed to go there. And then you have the religious rituals that performed in the monasteries where only the monks can do it, not the laymen. So the Yula cult was very important, as much as those religious rituals in the monastery. There are a lot of myth of the Yula. Yula means the deity of the country. So near the village of this federation, we are where you have 4 villages. Alin, Kitsa, Chaya, and Jet. There are 4 villages. They work together. And they are the only one who can worship the Yula of the federation, which about 30-40 kilometers up in the mountain. There's a sort of rocky mountain. Takar, which is white rock, is literally called the Takar. And then the thing is that if you are a member of the federation, that means if you are a member of the 4 villages organization, you are allowed to come and join this group. Not otherwise. Or if one of your members wants to go to do that with another village outside of the federation, then you have to leave. So there was a very quite a strong, strict rules about it. Later on, I tried to work in a sort of anthropological sense that why this was so important. Not just to simply worship him, but it's somehow something to do with the social organization of the society. There was no way of keeping them together apart from doing some kind of worshiping, believing in a certain deity. By that, what I mean is that once you become member of the group, you will have to perform whatever is necessary for the interests of the group, social organization, in solidarity. It demands that you carry out the task that you are asked to do for the organization. You can't refuse it. So it was very important organization, in fact, this, because to do the ritual, one house must send a man with his horse and then carry a ritual arrow. I call the ritual arrow. It is a ritual, but it is a ritual because it is about several meters long and then decorated with a special traditional way of doing it. And then the man must have a gun and a sword, and then horse, of course. And this is some sort of preparation in case to defend the federation as necessary.
And how did the festival or the ritual itself look like?
In our case, it lasted about 2 days. It lasted 2 days. You arrive there in the morning, and there's spend one day just to prepare for the ritual next, which takes place next morning. Early in the morning, and you still go up quite a long way in the mountain, and then to plant the ritual arrow you bring. The ritual arrow symbolizes a sort of male who brings it to entrust to the deity of the safety of the man, whatever. So it's a symbol of man, and planted into the can or whatever you call it. The Tibetan word Lhasa. Not going through this, I'm not going to detail this problem. The Dzogchen and the Geluk and other areas called the Lokche and so on. There is sort of a different way of spelling.
Back to your education, then. What did you study in the monastery? What were the disciplines?
In the monastery, the mainly Chinese, the debate. Mainly you learn to recite texts and you learn it by heart quite a lot. And then debate Chinese, which is just putting questions and your answer and so on. So very in a sort of simple way first, but in certain places it's more developed than others. It can be very subtle. Either you said you just promise that you think that this is the question that the put and so on, but I never felt this was a very useful in the Dzogchen monastery.
Did you also study, for instance, astrology, poetry, some other disciplines?
Yes, other disciplines. Mostly, you can choose this. In fact, this was not compulsory. Either you just, if you don't want any, you are not. You can go without it. So you can choose either you poetry or Sanskrit. I chose in Sanskrit. There you have astrology and astronomy. I think this word astronomy is not a very good one, but this is connected with astrology. And then medicine. Sanskrit and medicine. This is with my parents who wanted me to be a physician or doctor, which I learned these 2 chapters from medical texts for examining the pulse and the urine and so on. But it never worked, in fact, because later, as I stayed on in monastery, the study of the gzhi became more important than anything else somehow. So we spent more time on that.
Why did you choose to study Sanskrit?
Well, I can't give you any particular reason for this. I thought it was very interesting because it helped me to understand at least some mantras, for example. You want to know exactly what it means. In fact, in the end, you couldn't find anything like sort of meaningless words.
How long did you stay in the monastery?
Altogether, till I was, till I was 17. I finished the courses. At the same time, you see that religious tradition in Tibet, you have a sort of thing called the losum chusum. Normally, people did this without any kind of study of philosophy. You just go through this devotional work, Mundo, in Mushi, and so on. But then my uncle thought that it was necessary to do both together. So he combined meditation, practice of meditation, and the study of gzhi. So 3 or 4 months during the summer, we did mostly study gzhi. And then in the winter, during the winter, we did the practicing of a kind of meditation. I mean, this you start from Mushi by meditating and then go through this. There are several things, in fact. Zalong, Juling, Mensam, User. It's quite complicated. And by the way, in the end, you finish with this retreat in the darkness for 6 or 7 weeks. That's the end of the. No, it's not the end of it. Then there's a Zalong, which is the winds and the channel of the winds and so on, which is some sort of to show that by drying the soaked sheet in the morning, you are naked, and then you sit meditating. And then some other assistant bring the sheet to cover you completely with your body, and then you have to dry it by doing the Dzong exercises, which is breathing in and then hold up, breathe as long as you can, and then breathe away, and then you repeat it till the sheet is more or less dry. But then completely dry is quite immovable, in fact. So you become a rapper, like a blood rapper. This was the test. I mean, you have to go through this test that you do this salon for about 7 weeks. And at the end of this drawing sheet is some kind of a test whether you have done it properly or not. The salon.
Have you done it properly?
I don't know. I did it well, okay, like others. Whether I was, as I said before, that my attitude toward this, because of my age, I think I was too young to realize what I was doing or why I did it for.
Geluk, could you please say how your education continued there?
Yes. After the study in Changjang monastery in Amdo, we were advised by our master to go to Central Tibet to study there, which is not a real boon. Dzong monastery is a tradition, but our master thought that it was important to do study in a different monastery, especially like Sera or Drepung. So we traveled to Central Tibet by going through China. This was the intention, but we didn't say that we were going to do that because it was a difficult time because the Chinese were restricting travel movements in Amdo. So we said that we were going to go on pilgrimage to Omeshan in Chindu, through Chindu. Then to see if we can go really to go to Lhasa or not, because it wasn't quite sure that whether the road from Chindu to Lhasa was complete. I mean, the construction was not very clear at that time. This was in 1955. And so we traveled on foot from Sopan to Chindu, which took about 6 or 7 days. When we arrived in Chindu, there were some other Tibetans who just arrived back from Lhasa by way Chamdo. So we understood that the road was okay. That is to say, between Chindu and Lhasa. But still, we went on a pilgrimage to Omeshan. That's what we told to our people back at home, which was quite interesting anyway, to climb up the mountain, which took 2 days to arrive to the top. There were supposed to be 108 temples on the way, but we were not able to count, but there were a lot of temples that were in ruins by the communist movement. And at the top, there were mostly in ruins, the monasteries. In one place, there were 3 Chinese monks who welcomed us in a very friendly way, and they were quite proud of showing us the mesa they put on their head, 3 of those. And one of the monks showed us that he sacrificed 2 fingers for Amitabha. Like that. where it was quite amazing for us to see that you sacrifice your finger as a lamb. And but neither of us really spoken Chinese properly, so we couldn't ask any question of how he did it. And then in another monastery, there was a one monk who proposed us to do divination, and my friend Sanjay Tenji, I didn't mention this at the beginning. I should do so now. Sanjay Tenji is my companion. We were together in Johnson Monastery in the same class, and we did the Geshe together as well. And then we traveled together from Johnson through Songpan to Chengdu. And then from now on, in my story, we were quite inseparable in many places, and all the years going to Japan and to Nepal, to England later on. So Sanjay Tenji asked the monk to do the divination for whether we could travel to Lhasa or not. And the monk said that we should pay 3 dayan, Chinese dollar. And we agreed. When he did the divination, which consisted of small arrows put in one vase, and then he shook the vase, and in a way that the arrows fell on the ground. And then he looked at them, and he said to Sanjay Tenji, yes, you can go to Lhasa, there's no problem. So I thought it must be the same thing to me as well. And then Sanjay Tenji paid the fee, and I waited, and he did the divination. And he looked at me very seriously. You cannot go to Lhasa. No. We must do the divination again. I was very surprised. Yeah. So I paid the second time. No, you can't go to Lhasa. You must do this the third time. I was furious. No, I refused to. I think this must be a trick. I came away. And then Sanjay Tenji came after me. So this was the end of the visit at the top of this mountain. But the mountain was itself was beautiful. It was for Geshe, in fact, the mystic quite a lot, but you couldn't see very far. But the mountain itself was really a fantastic place. On one side, it is completely cliff. Difficult, frightening to look down. And we thought it was quite easy to descend it rather than climbing up. You know, it would be much easier to go down. But in fact, it proved to be more difficult than going up, because with all of these stones, steps, all of the long way. Anyway, and then at the foot of the mountain, we took back to Chengdu. Then there were some other Tibetans from Shawa joined us. We were altogether 7 people. And the thing is that we heard from the other Tibetans coming back from Lhasa, saying that it was quite impossible to exchange the money. And nobody wants Tibetan money. Nobody wants the Chinese money. We were able to take only Chinese money because in Namdo it was already current, the currency. So we have only Chinese money. So to change that money into Tibetan one, it was difficult. So therefore we needed to do something else. Now, one of us Tibetans who had experience in the trading suggested that we hire a Chinese truck and then buy a lot of goods so that we could sell them in Lhasa to get back the Tibetan currency, Tibetan money. So it took several weeks in the fact. First, there's a man who's called a Tseko. He knew where to go to hire a truck, which was in fact an army truck. And it was connected with the Chinese tourist company. And they agreed to rent. Then the other Tibetans are going around every day. Even one day we went with a man from this company trying to helping us to go to a shop to go into a shopping center. So anyway, to shortcut the story, we bought a lot of stuff: window glasses, katak, cardigan, literally several hundreds of rolls of silk, and
in Chengdu.
In Chengdu. So in the end, the truck was quite full. We were 7, so we all have our own suitcases as well. And then we set off. It was very exciting. In fact, from Chengdu, one day we were all ready just to go off. And then we arrived at Yang'an, a place called Yang'an, and stopped there one night. The next day we had to climb up already the Tibetan plateau. The truck went from zigzag. And very shortly we arrived in Tachiru, in the Tibetan Tachindo, which was very interesting because we realized that we are now approaching Kham province because of the dialect. In Tachindo we were able to buy fresh Tibetan butter and cheese and tamba and so on. So we were well provisioned to go on the travel. And then after several, how many days, I don't know, we arrived in Chamdo. No, before arriving in Chamdo, we had a problem with with our own truck. It broken down. So the problem was that it couldn't be mended very quickly. But the driver knew where to go, and he phoned right down to Chengdu to replace the truck. And it was replaced actually after a few days. So with the new driver and the truck, we went on. We arrived in Chamdo. And in Chamdo, before arriving in Chamdo, we are not quite sure really whether we are going to be able to arrive to Lhasa or not. It was really quite a tough travel.
How many were you?
7 people.
And were all monks?
No. We, Sanjit and the enemy, only the ones who were monks. All the others were laymen. And the going was very tough, that the road was really just the name road. It was a very tough road. There was no tarmac. And so it shook, toasted all of the time, one side or the other. And then very strong wind all of the time, dusty sand, dust. It's not like just normal journey. If you were walking, it was hard also, but still you could rest a little bit when you want. But when you're in the group on the truck, you don't You don't have that freedom. It's all dependent on the driver. The first driver was quite a tough man. He always waited the other truck coming towards him should go beside him rather than he make it away. Anyway, eventually we arrived in Lhasa.
How long did it take?
Altogether 6 weeks. I think it's about 6 weeks altogether. I remember the day we arrived. It was in the evening. We thought that we should stop somewhere. Because every night, quite often, we just stopped on one place on the road, and then did some cooking, and then slept just on the ground. But when we arrived in Lhasa, it was the evening, and the driver wouldn't want to stop. He wanted to reach Lhasa just at any cost. So when we arrived there, it was about midnight, I think. It was very completely dark. There were no lights. No light. So as usual, we just got out of the truck and then just on the ground, slept there on the ground. When we woke up, it was in the morning. The sun rose. And that was for the first time I saw the gilded roofs of the Patala, which was very beautiful. Nice day, blue sky against blue sky, and as it was the usual of the Tibetans, according to the Tibetan tradition, that once you go to Lhasa, before doing anything else, you must go and see Dzong. So everybody got up and rushed without breakfast. Walked quite, it was quite far away. In fact, we were just stopped on the edge of the city. And that's how we walked as far as possible, as fast as possible to the Dzogchen in Lhasa. I remember that when we arrived there were hundreds of people queuing up, all kinds of costumes like it. People from Kham or from Amdo or from Ngari, those of the people. Everybody murmuring their prayers, closing their eyes. And so finally we saw the Dzong, and then came back, then tried to find a place to stay. And then eventually we found a place to rent on the ground floor, which was an awful place. Not very far from Dzogchen. That was the advantage of this place. It was near Parko. So we arrived there towards the end of 1955, and it was the period when people was making preparations for the Malam Chimu, the great prayer. And so this was a quite interesting period because of the New Year preparation, as well as the Malam Chimu. And we spent several weeks in Lhasa itself before going to the monastery to Bonpo. Well, we were not exactly sure actually whether we were going to Bonpo or Sera. There was the question of the Kangjin. In each monastery there were a lot of Kangjin. In fact, these are some kind of hostels. Monks coming from different regions go to different Kangjin, depending on the origin of the geographical origin. And so finally we decided to go to Bonpo. And this was partly there was a monk looking after monks who were going to go to study in Japan. He was looking after the people in Lhasa. We came into contact with him. He suggested that we can stay in his place in Lhasa. In Lhasa there was a house belonging to the Dzogchen, the hostel of the people coming from Shaku or Dzogchen in Japan. And with his guide, we stayed with him 1 or 2 days, and then we went up to Japan monastery. Then, well, the question is that we belong to different religious traditions. We were not sure whether we would be accepted or not. For about 2 nights, we stayed with him in his place in the monastery. And then the headman of the hostel took us to a monk. In the end, he became our teacher. He was a Mongolian. And the first thing he asked, the question was that he pointed to a small image of Tsongkhapa on his shelf. He said, "Do you believe in him?" And this was a quite too direct question, because no Tibetan would ever ask like that. Of course, we said, yes, we do. But he was smiling about it. This was, I think it was the Mongolian who did this particular, I think. And in the end, then, of course, he accepted that we joined other his people in the class. And then after a week, the head of the hostel also took us to see the abbot of Goma. In Japan there were 4 big colleges. Each one of them is called Goma, where monks coming from Amdo and Mongolia. And we expected the abbot would ask again the same thing. But he didn't. He didn't even say that which religious tradition we belong to. He didn't ask. And he simply said, just study and stay. If you have any difficulties, come and see us. And we thought that this was very encouraging. And this was more friendly, to make you feel easier and at ease. And that's how we started in Japan monastery, which was really quite large. I mean, the number of the monks actually fluctuate during the year. In summer it goes down, number down. During the winter, when Monavjama starts, a lot of Tibetans coming from different directions come to Lhasa, and then very often they join the monastery. So then the population of monks in the monastery goes up quite. I mean, traditionally people say there's some kind of a song as well. Dripung Dimtum Denja. Dripung had 7,700 monks. Sara Ngatung Ngaja. Sara 5,500. Gading Sungtung Sumja. Gading 3,300 monks. People singing this. It was hard to tell actually whether this is true or not, but the thing what was quite obvious was that in the Sarah, in the summer, there were much fewer than normal. Anyway, then we had classes, and each person, when you attend the classes, you take your own text on your shoulder. And when you in the presence of your teacher, you open your text. Then I expected that he would explain line by line or word by word. No, it wasn't the case. He just pointed out the essential thing in the text, and then started asking questions. If we were trying to answer, say yes, he said no, it wasn't that. And he went on and on and on without saying a word about the text, which he assumed that we have already read. This wasn't the case. I hadn't read the text. I can't remember I had the text read or not. All I can remember is that he didn't explain. I expected that he would explain philological work somehow. And then I thought, oh well, okay, I mean, maybe next time. And the next time we went, he did the same thing without any kind of pointing out any kind of textual problem. And then went on and on. In the end, I was really quite disappointed. This wasn't the question. This wasn't the thing that I wanted. Because our education in the monastery in Amdo, it was quite philologically quite strict. And our master in the monastery explained it line by line, word by word. This was a quite different approach. Anyway, this is maybe it has been quite like we did in Amdo, India as well, but maybe something to do with the Mongolian monks who were not quite familiar with the texts. But couldn't that be? But it's difficult to tell unless you went to say another teacher, which we did. Finally we found another. The thing is, in the monastery, you can have as many teachers as you want. There is no limit. And we went to see a monk, again another Mongolian. He was the junior abbot of the Gombong College, going to the Nyima. But he was quite busy with the meetings. He had to go to Lhasa very often. And we said we want to read a text written by one of the disciples of Tsongkhapa on the logic. And again, the same, it became very clear that he was not familiar with the text. It was obvious. Again, we were second time disappointed as well. Still, we went to see him as often as we could, because quite often actually he was absent, or he went to a meeting today, not available, and so on. Anyway, this was how as far as our studies went, not very satisfactory.
You were with Sangye Tenzin all the time?
Yes. Mm.
And at that time, was it common to go to study to a monastery of a different school, of a different tradition? Was it common, coming from a Bonpo background in a Bonpo monastery, to go to study in a Geluk monastery, or to...
Not very common. Not very common, but it wasn't quite unknown either. Quite often in Central Tibet, there were two monasteries, the Bonpo monastery, from where they quite often went to such a monastery to study in Chinese as well. So it was quite well known, but not in Amdo.
Was it something well known for the Bonpos or for the Buddhists as well? That, for instance, someone from Satya would go to study in Drepung?
Yeah, Satya would go, yes. There's, among the Buddhists, we, for example, in Drepung, we met a man from Geluk who was Jonam. And there were two monks from Ngawa. And in this case, the two monks from Ngawa had a problem because the text they used in Amdo wasn't used in Drepung, but in Lhasa, yes. So each college has got its own manual texts. So it was quite common among the Buddhists. And all the time, that time, my mother was in Lhasa, and my brother as well. And at the very beginning, when we arrived in 1956 around, this Chinese was still keeping very low profile in Lhasa. You can see only young soldiers working around that much. I mean, there was no, on a common side, there was hardly anything, except in the morning or in the evening when you go around in the parko, you hear the news blaring from the loudspeakers in the different corners, both in Chinese and Tibetan, mostly in Tibetan. And but still, my mother thought that if it couldn't, things wouldn't last very long, because she had more experience than I had under the rule, Chinese rule in Amdo. Anyway, we also heard that the Tibetans resistant movement, which were going on in southern Tibet. There were a lot of young people from Amdo and Kam, Mithila Kam, joining in this resistant movement. And one of the Shawa person who were among he was recruited, and in his time he was doing the same thing for it among the young people in Lhasa. So that's why from time to time, from Drepung, I went to Lhasa and saw my mother. And then there were a lot of young Shawa people gathering for tea or something. And then you could hear their conversation about, they're talking about the resistance movement. And it sounded that sooner or later there would be something. And at the end of 1958, or at the beginning of 1958, the Dalai Lama's, His Holiness Dalai Lama's examination, and he's a visitor to Drepung monastery. The whole monastery was on alert. For several months, we were just simply recruited to clean up every corner in Drepung, changing the window decorations, window curtains. And then finally he came. It was a fantastic sight, actually, when he came with hundreds of monks riding on horses. And then when he just arrived below the Drepung monastery, Nechung oracle possessed came out, staggering, really, side by side on the road, with the katak in his hands, and offered to the Dalai Lama. My impression was that, oh wow, not just mention the people, but even the spirits now here have to come out to greet him. So he must be really quite different thing. Anyway, and then next March, we were at the end of 1958, and the next March, then the whole boiled over, the whole thing. And this was, I should tell you that when the Dalai Lama was invited to do a theatrical play by the PLA, Chinese Liberation Army, he first accepted, and this didn't go very well with the people. And then he had to abandon it, not going there. The thing was that people told that this may be a trick to kidnap him. Whether this is true or not is difficult to tell. In any case, this was one of the excuses on which the people rose in different places in Lhasa. There was a spirit of protests. And a lot of people joined in the protest, and including my brother, younger brother. And there was the other young showers as well. They all ended up near Nobulinka's wall. And they all dug up trenches and tried to defend the Dalai Lama. And the Tibetan government distributed arms, guns. And then I think it was, yes, in 16th March. Later, this was celebrated as the 13th March, but in fact, it was the 16th evening, he came up to Ripo to see us, to see me and Sanji Tenji. He came with his, he had a gun that has a bayonet.
That was your brother?
Yes. He left the gun because he thought that he wouldn't be allowed to carry the gun and going into the monastery. But still he kept the bayonet in his sleeves. So when he arrived in Jibo monastery, it was dark already anyway, but all the same, he hid the bayonet in his sleeve and he came. And he intended to go back the next morning. And the next morning, then they started fighting. Fighting was broken up. We heard about 4 o'clock in the morning. We were woken up by the gunshot. We thought it was supposed to be some kind of a firecracker. It wasn't. We all climbed up the Dzogchen, the building, which we had the 7th floor, quite high up, from where we could see the southern end of the Nobulinka. You could see the dust rose against sun rays in the morning. You could see quite clearly, and you could hear the sporadic shots. And my brother still wanted to go back there. I disagreed with that. It would be just the target if we went, I saw him. Anyway, then this was the day we didn't know what to do now. And in the middle of the afternoon, at the midday there was a message coming from the disciplinarians of the monastery, saying that people should gather together, monks should come into the assembly hall. And we all went. And there were thousands of them, monks. And then there was some kind of prayer. And then the disciplinarian made a speech saying that everything is fine, no problem. You don't need to fret over anything. Everything is going to be okay. Which was completely contradictory, because if you watch, you can see what you can hear. It was quite obvious that the fighting was going on. And then in the middle of that afternoon, there was an enormous mortar shell fell just below the monastery, just below the monastery. Nobody knew exactly what the intention of that was. Was it deliberate or it was an accident? I thought it was deliberate to frighten off the monks. Anyway, it made a terrible noise, shook the whole valley, and the dust rose up grey, quite higher in the space. And anyway, that was the day we all just watching from the top floor of the Samten Karmay. And in the evening we left. We thought it was quite a place to stay home. And I thought that the mortar shell that fell in the afternoon was a sign that they were going to come. And what would happen was that if you were caught, then Chinese would send you back to Ando. This was the normal practice. And that was the last thing we wanted. So we left that evening, going up to the mountain. You couldn't go down, because that was obviously where the people are fighting. We went to climb up the mountain behind the monastery, and then reached the pass of the top. We could see down in the valley, Nobulinga completely still burning here and there, and the Chinese were firing these flares in a different color, green and red. We were exhausted, actually. We were terribly, badly prepared for the thing, because we left in sort of rushed. When we woke up in the next morning, I saw monks, hundreds of them coming from behind us, pouring down. There you are, everybody leaving, I thought. And then we went up to Yongdongling, rather than going down towards the Jichu and then towards the southern route, going to Bondila and then arriving and Assam people in India. We went up towards the west. We passed through Tsupu monastery, and then in Nyemo and Dzong, and then arrived in Yongdongling.
How much time did it take?
It took about 4 days. And then we waited for our mother to come. And we discussed that if there is ever a problem, we should arrive in the Yongdongling, and then we do whatever we want to do. And that was the main thing, that I and my brother wanted to go, and the things were getting agreed to go with us. And then we were together. Again, there were 7 monks. We arrived in the Yongdongling, very peaceful, calm, nobody was worried anywhere, because of them. You see, there were no newspapers, no radio or anything. It's just news spread by mouth. And we waited several weeks, and then my mother turned up with another niece together. And then after staying for a while, my mother decided that we should leave because there was the danger there be a, because there wasn't a fight in Lhasa itself, but this was not spread over different places. But everybody expected that it was coming on quite soon. And the monastery was not only sort of strategically positioned on a small plateau, again, just next to the Dzong River. Mm-hmm. We left. And then arrived in Nepal. She took cut the short story.
But how was your journey? It must have been a long journey from Yungdrungling to Nepal.
I think it's about 2 months or something. Maybe probably a little bit more because I haven't got any notes that I actually wrote, but I lost them. It was one of the hardest journey, in fact. We are Tibetans, but still, even for Tibetans, the weather, happily, it wasn't quite a winter. It was late spring, more or less a spring, in fact. But still, we kept the temple on the left. It was coming down, we kept it on the left. And then that means going up, and traveling towards west. Then we arrived in Chotanga, the place called Chotanga, which is where travelers stop. And then from there we crossed the temple and then turned to the south.
How did you cross it?
There were korak. We paid for some money and we crossed that and then turned towards Nepal, which took about another little bit over a week. And then we arrived in Dzong, not very far from Dzongkam. And then from Dzongkam to Jirung. We stopped in Jirung for a long time, in fact, for about. We left in March, and then April, May, June, July, about altogether 4 months to arrive there. And in Jirung we stopped for about 2 months because people say that it's no good going to Nepal in August and so on, it was too hot. But all that during that time, my mother was terribly anxious all the time, and that she thought any moment that my PLA would turn up. Unfortunately, it didn't. So, but my stay in Jirung was very interesting because it was the place for this Jirung Chu, the image, the sacred. It was interesting to see that, and then we found a place to rent within the wall of this temple. And the weather is just like in Ando, with a lot of vegetables. We were starving for the vegetables. And particularly potatoes. And then the Jirung was quite low, actually. They have 2 harvests. And then one trader, Shawa man, came from Kalimpong to Jirung. He was doing some kind of trade. And so he could tell us what Tibetans were doing in Kalimpong and Darjeeling and so on. So this was very useful. So we knew what to do when we arrived in Nepal. Maybe just if it was possible to go straight to Geluk. But anyway, we waited to pass the month of August, and then we walked down to Kathmandu without any formalities on the frontier. There was hardly anything. There were two men actually in Nepal, but he just go away, no problem.
How big was your group? How many people were together with you?
Oh, in fact, I left some part of this story. At the Yanchatanga, Sanjay Tenzin wanted to go to Nepal. And then we heard that if you go to Nepal, to Topo, you have to go down to Kathmandu before August. Otherwise, you would be cut off from the mainland by snow. And then if you happen to be there cut off by the snow, you have to wait all year round. And this was not possible. This was the last thing we wanted. And we were not quite sure really whether this Topo was a part of Nepal or part of Tibet. There was really, the information was not clear. Some Tibetans, this is Nepal, no problem. We just went there, and I've been there, and so on and so on. And then some other Tibetans say, oh, no, it's part of Tibet. Which is true. Anyway, Sanjay Tenzin went to the Topo, and it was there he met David Snellgrove. And Sanjay Tenzin and David Snellgrove was looking for Tibetans to work with. And he was very impressed by Sanjay Tenzin.
Sanjay Tenzin went alone? Sanjay Tenzin went alone?
Yes.
To Dolpo?
To Dolpo.
And he went alone?
No, with his cousin and another monk. There were three of them. When we left Yongdongling, we were in two groups. He with his cousin and a monk, and me and my brother and the mother. We are three. We are two units. And yes, then we arrived in Kathmandu. And then in Kathmandu, what we did? Either we should go to Geluk or should join with other Tibetans who were gathering in Misamari, in Assam. And the Tibetan government was organizing, or with the Indian help, organizing something there for a settlement. So we decided I should go there and see in the Misamari to see whether there is something maybe important. And I left my mother and brother in Kathmandu and traveled with another monk, a monk from Kathmandu. We walked from Kathmandu to Rasul in the Indian frontier, the railway head of the Indian railway system there, Rasul, the place called. It took us about 10 days or something. And then at Rasul, we caught rails without paying anything. We didn't have any money to pay for that. I mean, we had quite a lot of money in Tibetan currency, but this was literally useless. And on the way, we arrived in Gaya. We stopped there for 2 days visiting the stupa and so on. And then from there, another 5 days for arriving in Assam. And that was the worst place you could ever imagine. It was hot beyond the description. And the water was quite absolutely hopeless. And in each shelter there were about 60 people, Tibetans, refugees in camp. This was the Tibetan refugee camp. The people arriving from Bondila, from the people coming down to the south route, passing into India and arriving in Assam.
Which place of Assam?
Misamari is a place called Misamari. People were suffering from dysentery because of the bad water. You see, when you look at the water, it's some kind of reddish stuff. And every day there was somebody died, so there was a lot of people were dying. I wasn't quite sure what to do. And then we were told that the Tibetan, the exile of the administration, some kind of it was set up, asked the Indian government to find a place for the monks separately. And they found the Indian government agreed that monks should go to the Bakshadu, which is some sort of on the Bhutanese frontier. And this was the prison camp for the Indian nationalists by the British. We arrived there. There were about more than 1,500 monks. All the monks, Jepong, Sarah, mixed. I mean, there was no distinction. And I was still willing to stay with the monks. I thought they maybe to study a little bit because they were starting again classes and debates and so on. But after about a month, I became ill. So I left the place and I went to California. When I arrived in California, my mother and brother had already arrived there as well. And then Sanjitins arrived there as well from Topo with the news that, look, we can go to England. And what do you think about it? But then wasn't quite sure then about it, because this was for me, for us, this was not quite a well-known place.
What did you imagine? So he said, Injilumpa.
Well, in fact, this they made an appointment. His invitation was not very clear. Sajid wasn't quite sure. They would meet again in Topo. And on the second time when David Snellgrove went to Topo, Sajid wasn't there. Now this story was very complicated, the going up and down. And I met David Snellgrove in Delhi. When I arrived in California, Sanjay Tinsi also arrived, it was there from Topo. So we were not quite sure what we were going to do now, because this was the time that we just began new life in India. This was in 1960, 1960. Then eventually we decided to print the Bonpo texts, to publish them. Some of the texts Sanjay himself brought on his back from Tibet. And I had some texts as well.
From Yongzhou? Sorry.
I had some texts which I bought from Tibet.
From Sherkop?
Yes. From Nepal, in fact.
So Geluk texts?
Not from Nepal, sorry, from Yongzhou. Yeah. And for that, we went around and explained to people there was some kind of a Shawa community in California. And everybody seems to agree that it was a good idea to print prayer books and so on. And for that, each members of the community made contributions. And eventually, with that money, we printed a certain number of texts. These were prayers and some other philosophical works. And we started doing that in California with the typesetting. But this proved to be very slow and very costly. And we had that to do much the same thing. And also some other techniques, technical things in Delhi would be cheaper. So we moved to Delhi from California, where we found some other Tibetans to work with. And these monks started copying out of the text some kind of lithographical process. So eventually we managed to print more text than we thought. And now we needed a lot more texts to print. There were hardly any other place to go to in India itself. And as Sanjay passed through Bonpo from Tibet, he saw a lot of places, and especially the library of Samten Monastery. We thought that now we could expand our work by doing canonical texts to print, rather than in small texts. And then again we needed more money, but then the Shawa community, Shawa people in California encouraged us that they might do, we want to print a canonical text, and they might be able to help. With that idea, we decided that I stay on in New Delhi and continue the work, while Sanjay traveled to Samling, to Bonpo, to borrow canonical texts from there. That's why he went to Bonpo, just to borrow the manuscripts from there. And on the way, he was on the way back with the texts. And David Snellgrove was going to go to Bonpo on the way. So then they met. And David was terribly impressed by the whole adventure. Sanjay told him what he was doing. And then David Snellgrove thought that this was the ideal monk that he should invite. but it was too complicated to explain what he was up to. David himself. And he thought that it would be a good idea to meet again and then explain it later in detail. They made an appointment to meet in Kathmandu 6 months later on, because David was going to go to Togo and he's going to stuck there in the whole after the end of the summer and spending the winter there and then coming back. So when Sanjay arrived back from Togo in Kathmandu, he didn't want to stop there. He's waiting for David because he was with the text to be printed, and I was waiting for him to come. Anyway, Sanjay came back, and I was in the printing place. We moved from Kalimpong to Delhi, and we were in sort of a very old commercial printing house in old Delhi. And Sanjay came, and the first question is, I had met an Inji man. Did he come back to see me? I said that there was no Inji. And he didn't, there wasn't. And then after that, what he said, in fact, that they had an appointment with somebody to meet in Kathmandu, not in Delhi. But he thought he might go and see me in Delhi because he told him that my friend was in Delhi. In fact, then after a while, Sanjay Tenzin went to Lhasa to see somebody who had some books to print. While he went there, in one morning, David came, and I was sleeping on a table in the printing house because it was very hot upstairs. We found a shelter above the printing house, on the roof, in fact, and it was very hot. So that's why I went downstairs on the ground floor and was sleeping on the table. And then David came in the one morning, very early in the morning, about 5 o'clock. And I was sleeping, and then somebody was pulling on my shoulder. I woke up. There was an Indian man, an Englishman. And he was saying something. I woke up so suddenly, and I couldn't make out what he was saying. It was some kind of Topo dialect or something. And eventually we made understand each other. He showed me on his watch. He pointed on the 12 o'clock. And I thought, oh, well, okay, then he would come back at 12. And then I waited. He came back at 12 exactly, but with a very bad temper. And there was something wrong with it. It was something wrong. I don't know what it was, but he came with his Sherpa assistant person. It's called Pasan Kambachi. And the person told me later on that they had a big quarrel with the taxi driver. Anyway, and then he asked me what I was doing. So I showed him properly what we were doing, what we had done. I mean, the printing text, the correcting, the editing, and selecting the text to the print. And this was a very good thing that he was very interested in. And then later at the lunch that he asked me to come to lunch, then he explained only very detailed that he met Sanjay Tenzin in Kathmandu and they discussed the about going to England and so on. So, but still, we got the question was not very detailed, and so when Sanjay they come back and then we all meet together and then talk about it. He said, and all this is through personal Kapache we are talking. If they come, would you like to join them? This was the last question. I mean, if they, you see, when David arrived from Topo to Kathmandu, he would to see the place where Sanjay said he would be there, but he wasn't. Instead, Tendinata was there. And then he was impressed by Tendinata. Oh, well, what? Now 2 months, really, would be a good idea to invite these two, Sanjay Tenzin and Tendinata. And but he couldn't explain what he was going to do. And then that's why when we met for the lunch, for our lunch, and then said, if Tenzin and Sanjay Tenzin come, would you like to join them? I said, yes, I would. I mean, to join them to go where exactly? This was the problem for me because they are poor knowledge of the whole thing. There you are. That's how we met. And then Sanjay Tenzin was still in Kathmandu. Sanjay Tenzin and I were in Delhi, but David had to go to Kathmandu to bring Tenzin. He didn't have any kind of paper and needed to explain to the officials at the airport and so on.
Did he also come from Sharko? Tenzin?
He is from Chungpo. Sanjay Tenzin and me from Sharko. And somehow there was some other reason that David couldn't go back to Kathmandu, and he sent a person to fetch Tenzin with the terrific problems without any paper, with the Indian and the Nepalese officials. Finally, Tenzin managed to come to Delhi. Apart from the papers, the problem, the Tenzin also had a problem with the traveling because he got a travel sickness by air or by train, by anything about movement, he can't travel properly. Anyway, he came then. There wasn't any kind of more meeting, I mean, detailing that the invitation, but the invitation more or less was okay now. Everybody more or less agreed to leave with the David.
Where did you imagine you were going?
Imagine to whom?
Well, how did you imagine the place you were going to?
Oh, yes.
In Gzhi.
I mean, the fact is that we are going to go to London. And once David said, where is London? Where is London? London Cabaret. In fact, we understood a little bit about it. And when David started getting BOAC's travel documents, I mean the tickets, and the BOAC gave him a global map. And David just brought us to see them. Here is England, And that's the London where we go to. Okay, and we understood that very properly that England is a very small country, isn't it? Everybody was quite surprised. We heard, of course, the British was through the Chinese propaganda also, but the Tibetans themselves also, Wood Tiger, no? Now I forget, Wood Tiger year. This was in 1904 when the young husband came. And it's this country.
You weren't afraid to go to young husband's country?
Well, it was when the Tibetans said this, it was some sort of people who would come and invade. So that was the important thing was, in this case, Sanjay Tenzi borrowed from Samle monastery the whole complete work on the Tapashirob's biography, entitled the Gzhi, the short and the gzhi order, and in the 12 volumes. So David saw them when he met Sanjay Tenzi up in Bonpo, and he was very impressed by the whole thing that he came up from Delhi, right to Bonpo, to borrow these books to be printed. And later, when we left India for England, we took it. We asked, actually, we were also asked to David whether it would be possible to print the books in England, which wasn't possible in the end. But we took it to England. We had a lot of things to carry, in fact, when we were ready to leave. From there, then Delhi to Sri Lanka, to Lebanon, to Rome, and finally England in 1961 in September.
How do you remember the travels? How do you remember Sri Lanka?
It was very interesting. I remember very well the Tibetan word Nitu, Shravaka people. Very impressive area. I mean, particularly there was monks who were in the procession going with their begging bowls, and very, very gentle, and not very much caring about what is going on either side, and not looking, just straight. And but then we had this idea about the Mahayana idea about this, that when you talk about the Tongpanyi, impotence and compassion, the Sharavaka monks, they get frightened. That kind of feeling. But it's true, it was very interesting to see. And we went around for 2 weeks, so we were going, visiting around. And every time that David either would give you English lessons or he would give a short account, historical account of the place where either we were going to see or we had already seen, to make sure that we understood a little bit about the history of Buddhism in Sri Lanka.
And he spoke Tibetan to you? He spoke Tibetan?
Mostly in the Tibetan, but also sometimes in English as well. When the story is quite straightforward. And we were also learning English as well at the time, very basic English lessons. I remember the one day, is the window open? When it was closed, I said, it's open. No! It was closed, it's closed, did you see it? That kind of thing. And then Lebanon.
What did you do there?
He wanted to see what is called I got it written down over that. Babylu, you know? Babylu.
Babylon.
Babylon? No. It's a Babylu. It's an ancient city. Ruins of an ancient city. He wanted to know how old it was. We didn't know, of course, we didn't know anything about it. This was before the Roman Empire's event.
Babel, probably.
Babylu, I think it's B-A-L-I-O. To another place, similar thing we want to see.
What did you think about it when you were brought to?
It's difficult to say that because there were only what they were just pillars still standing. I couldn't imagine what this temple would look like with those pillars, and there were images of what was it? This Roman god of love.
Aphrodite?
Huh?
Aphrodite?
Yeah, Aphrodite, well. And there were some others like that. The other thing I remember is that one day we were free. There wasn't any particular program. So Pasang Kambache and I and some other, Sanjini was not there. We went to just walk around in the city and ended up in the water resort where the people were doing skiing, water skiing, which was very nice to see. For the first time I have ever seen water skiing. From that, then we went to Rome, and from there, Dinapta and the Tashilapa. I haven't talked about the Tashilapa, but it's still another Tibetan monk with the right leg, missing right leg. Just David picked it up from a street with the pure out of compassion to make an artificial leg.
In Nepal?
In India. In Dalhousie, he wanted there to see the Tibetan settlement there. And this Tashilapa, young man, standing begging at the end of the street somewhere. And he just, when David was passing around, he just called, "Hey, Kushula, make me an artificial lake." And so David said, he turned around and looked at it. Oh, well, standing there on one leg was missing. And what happened? There's some conversation there. I don't know how they talked because that's Tashilapa. I think David understood a little bit, in Tibetan, yes. Just out of compassion, completely, just saying on the spur of one moment, yes, you shall have one, I told him. He said, later he told us the story. Okay, you shall have one. He decided, anyway. And then later he was brought down to Delhi and sent to an artificial leg house. And there one was made, but it was a very wooden artificial leg. It was very heavy and it didn't fit very well. And then he decided to take him to England to have an aluminium one, which was very good later. And then he became a kind of household servant in David's house. And David taught him how to cook and how to drive and so on, everything is fine. But then later he drank a lot. Not just simply drinking, but he went to the pub and drank. He got drunk, and then when he went away, he took away even the mug. And so on. They were long story. He died later. He lived with a couple on Isle of Man. There he died, quite young. Anyway, that is the one side story of this. And for us, we arrived in Rome, and there Sanjit Dinji and this Tachilapa and Dinji Nabda with the Pasan Kampachi came directly from Calcutta to Rome, because Sanjit Dinji and the Dinji Nabda having a problem with the travel, and the Tachilapa didn't have a leg, and so there was no point going around in Sri Lanka or that place. So David arranged for him to fly from Calcutta to not of the Pathan Kampachi. Pathan Kampachi with us, in fact. Anyway, David made arrangements for them to fly from Calcutta to Rome. So we got all together, 5 Tibetans, and David himself and the Pathan Kampachi. We stayed in a family house where David is a friend. When David was a student at the Rome University, we stayed with the family. It was there. And the next day we went to see Vatican. You can imagine that kind of thing that it was. And then it sounded that David didn't, or Indian had not seen that Jesus Christ was crucified, and it looked like hanging down somewhere. When we went into the Vatican, and there was on one side there was the same image, and Indian said, "Oh, Dipashalera la namla jidule," it's in the Kham dialect. It is sworn Dipashale, compassion of the sin. And God is hanging. He just whispered that with the surprise that they're hanging there. It was a fantastic sight. I mean, it goes beyond the description. And we spent there about less than a week, I think, in Rome. We saw Nakanobu Rinpoche and his companion, Geshe Jampasenge. They were there few months before us in Europe. And they were the same people with the same foundation, Rockefeller Foundation money, to come to Rome, like us. And David got on very well with the Nakanobu, because the Nakanobu is a very jolly person. He could sing, he made jokes, and so on. From there, then we all went together in the same flight to England. I remember that day when we arrived in England, it looks like everything like in India somehow, because they post the letter box, the telephone booth and so on. But we didn't imagine that the other way around, because it was the British went to India, made everything. And the porters came to help us. We were quite surprised with these people wearing ties. Anyway, then from there we drove straight to David's house in Berkeley State. And we lived there, we stayed there for 6 months before finding a flat in London. Now, this was the story, I mean, our trouble. The most important thing was that the gzhi, the biography of Atma Parshiro, the manuscript of that we brought to London served finally the basis for making translation of 9 OHTS. It was Tenzin Abdag who selected the excerpts from the gzhi volumes, and then David made it English translation with the help of Tenzin Abdag. They both worked together side by side on the same desk. And I think I should say this is one of the important things for the Tibetan development of Tibetan studies. This was the first Bon text was translated into English with the help of a Tibetan monk. And this was the letter. This was published. I mean, I went Indian Namda went back after 3 years from London back to India. The book wasn't yet quite ready to be published, and David and I went through the whole translation once again. He checked with me. He said, so you're going to read that in the introduction, which he did. I mean, we read it together again, line by line. And we found certain passages that actually had left out, I think. We didn't know what was the reason. And in the end, Snellgrove, David decided to put it back. I mean, the things he left out. And then I helped him to make the glossary, which took a long time to do that. Glossary and the index. So that's why I came to know the book quite well. Because there's one thing, interesting thing is that you have the Tibetan text to one side and English on the other. And it, I was checking through it. And even sometimes I pointed out that the translation didn't quite correspond to the Tibetan text. And David was very pleased that he thought, okay, you should be able to do work properly later on. And so on. And this was became the some kind of a classical text for the Tibetan studies. I actually worked with David on the Four Lamas of Bonpo, the book, 2 volumes he published later. 3 of them were already transcribed, I mean, in Tibetan by a monk in Bonpo, or 2 monks, I'm not sure, 2. The 4th biography I copied out to be published. It is in my hand script. And he made a translation with me, that particular biography. But David didn't do any much work with Sanjay Tenzi. Sanjay Tenzi was traveling around. He became interested, very terribly interested in Christian monks, how the Christian monks lived. And he was the main idea is that the Christian monks lived some sort of kind of self-sufficient without depending on any other person. And he was thinking that, in a way, going back to India, you need to support yourself somehow. And he was interested to experiment in that way, not because the Tibetan monks in the Tibet itself always depended on next village, only village people, on the laymen. And that's why he visited, with the help of David, in several Christian monks, Christian monasteries in Britain, including the Ko-Abbey on Isle of Wight. And so David suggested me join, and I did. We three went together for 2 days and stayed for 2 days in the monastery. And this was a very interesting for me, for the first time I have ever seen monks living this way. They divided the 24 hours into 3 parts. The first study, and then the second part is the work in the fields, and the third was the studying private, in a private place. No, the third part is doing individual work, like whatever you book binding or painting, and things like that.
Which monastery was it?
It's called Ko-Abbey. You live on a ferry from Portsmouth across Portsmouth, and then just when you arrive there, you turn to the left. Fishbone, it's called, the village called the Fishbone. And from there it was about 2 kilometers or something like that. It's very impressive, a very big monastery. I met one monk called elderly person, very nice man. He said he read it twice, the Miraculous biography in English. And he was thinking of reading it once again. And I couldn't ask him what was the attraction in that. Anyway, the important thing for Sanjitin, meeting these monks and visiting monasteries was that to prepare for the Bonpo monks in India to live and work. And because he did not know at this time he would become a head of a monastery, so it was quite well. He was quite well prepared for that, in fact. So, as far as we were there as an invitee, invited people, with the Rockefeller's grants for the development of Tibetan studies, was in his own terms, David was successful. Though he failed with the 2 other people. One was a layman, Sonampadi. He came with us. He was from a family in Lhasa. And then this monk, Tashilapa, he became very useful, but somehow the end of the story wasn't quite less than well expected. Sonapadi became mentally unsettled somehow. He couldn't do any proper work. So David was obliged to send him back to Dharamsala in India. And we three, Sanjit Tenzin and Tenzin, decided to go back from London with the idea of helping the Tibetan people who follow the Bon religion, because they were not looked after very well, in fact, by the exile administration. All the Western aid for refugees went through the establishment like the exile administration. And the Bon was not represented in the administration. And that's why one needed to find a source separately, which they did in the end. And the other thing is that I stayed home, because relatively I was much younger than Tenzin and Sanjit Tenzin. and I want to continue the other things that came up with my Sanskrit. I wanted to continue all the time. I didn't have time, to do doing anything much else. I had to learn English first and so on. And then, if I could stay on, I thought I could study Sanskrit, which I did in the Soviet for 2 years. I followed the courses. And then my idea was that I became very interested in the research work.
And why?
It was something. I read a book on the religions of the world, I think it's called, and I read a lot on Indian religious sects and so on. And I thought, oh well, why not do work something like this, on the Tibetan religions, and with the view of finding more or less established. The idea was that Naivism was purely doctrinal, philosophical. There was no historical, apart from the introduction. There was no connection with history. It doesn't tell anything on the historical side. And I thought maybe a good idea to work on a text that talked about history of the religion. And that's why I made the translation of this Shada Tashijin's work, which is quite a recent work, 20th century. And I used to read it when I was in Johnson Monastery. I knew the work. But then when I was in London, we didn't have a copy of it at all. And finally, with the help of Professor Stein in Paris, he had seen it in the École Extérieure, where in the Tibetan collection there was one. And I wrote to him to help me. He did, to obtain a microfilm of that text. And then I started making a translation. Only partially, not the first part, but the second part of this, where things seems to be more historical than the other parts. The idea was that then you could have the Naivism on one side, the doctrinal, and then on the other, a historical thing, where you can talk or think about the history of this religion if you want to know something about it. So these two things were some sort of foundation work, for doing further studies in the Bonpo religious study, and also part of the Tibetan studies. And a few years ago, I had a friend, an American friend, who sent me the report of the Rockefeller Foundation's grant. How I wanted to know whose idea it was to help Tibetans, but this wasn't possible. There were several people involved in this. But then the person whom I asked sent me a copy of the report of the year. This was marked. Special Funds for Tibetan Studies, it says. Special Funds for Tibetan Studies in the year of 1960. And in the section of humanities, there are different sections in the report, humanities and other things. In the humanities side, there is special funds for Tibetan studies. And this, now, several people, such people went to Seattle, and Bonpo people into London, and Germany, Holland, Paris, J monk are all monks from Geluk tradition, and then two Nyingma, two in Japan. And if you read this report, they found this, for some reason, each group has received a different amount of money. I don't know why. I just saw it.
Whose idea was it? Whose idea was it to distribute the different traditions?
This was not clear. That was I wanted to know. Who thought that Kapila should help Tibetans? And this was apparently it was a sort of communal decision. I think that several people. I may be wrong, but I didn't see anything. The reporter I saw did not mention anything. It's not some sort of what you do when you have a meeting, you write down what is it. It is a record of the meeting. Huh? It wasn't that.
Genla, can I ask you, when you were still in Nepal and India, why did you consider important to publish Bonpo texts?
We were very poor. Not very much money. Though we were studying studies in the depot, but we were connected with an abbot of Yoduli. He was there in India, and he was helping us as well on the financial side. And so there was no question of printing Buddhist texts, not at all. When David made arrangements for us to meet the Dalai Lama in Delhi, which we did, and we took some copies of this Bonpo text to offer to the Dalai Lama, but I don't think he has ever chance to read them. At any rate, he gave us 100 rupees as a contribution.
And why did you think that it is important to print Tibetan texts? Why did you have this idea?
Partly, people needed some texts, the prayers mostly. They wanted to read, and they liked to read on the text rather than by heart. Now, some people couldn't read anything by heart even. So they leave the texts. This was one of the reasons. The other thing is that we were, of course, interested in developing or diffusing the religious texts, the religious ideas of this particular tradition. There was another thing that when we were discussing, when we were in 1955 in Yoduli, before going into Nepal, in fact, we met this monk. Tenzin Wantam is called Tenzin Wantam. He is a monk from the monastery of Gzhi in Chongnung, near Mountain Kalash. He was on the way to Lhasa. He stopped for a few days in Yoduli, and where he showed us texts that were printed in India. And this was very important because he said that he was himself went to India and got them printed, these texts. And he saw himself how they were printed. This was some lithographic process. You write down with a special ink, a chemical thing on the paper, and then the paper is just stuck on a sheet of metal sheet, and then it is printed. So this was a very cheap way of doing this, because it's not a typesetting. And the monk showed us in the Yondune, and we were very impressed, extremely impressed by the whole thing. And I never forgot. Then in Kalipong we were discussing doing something, or we need to do something. Then I brought up the subject. Then they want us in books. So how about the thing they want us in books? I said. This was essentially. Then why don't we do it then? So this was the starting point.
How was it staying with David Snellgrove? I also think that in his house you were involved in building the first stupa in England. Is it correct?
Yes,
A Bonpo
yes,
stupa?
Yes. And this was in Buckinghamshire, in his garden. And this was actually Tenzin Namta, who always interested in. By the way, he himself is an artist, and he draws. And he always interested in the architectural aspect of stupas, different type of stupas and so on. He always have a pile on the drawing of these things. And he showed this to David. And the question was, can we build a small one in our garden? Yes. So he said, Tenzin who designed this stupa. And then I just participated into this work and the bricks and cement and all that. Yes. And oh, by the way, I don't know whether I should mention this or not, but maybe not.
We can delete it also.
I see. Well, my friend, there's a Harley Harvey and Jackie Cook, Jackie Gould. They were doing a book. You met them? American couple from Houston.
No.
They were doing a book on the Indian Amdani and so many things.
Okay.
And he went around, very recently, he went to Merkin State and saw the stupa.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So it is still there.
It's still there. That's why I just remember this work. I mean, they were just about finishing the book. They went around and they married and they were doing in Tibet as well. But anyway, for the Tibetan studies, I think the part of this story of this gzhi that Sanjay brought from Samling to India and from there to England, and then it made it possible for David to make a translation of this excerpts from it. It's very important. Later, when Sanjay returned to India, he took it back because he borrowed it on the promise that he would bring it back. And he need, for whatever the reason, whatever the cost, he wanted to take it back to Tobu. But in fact, he didn't go to Tobu this time. It was he made it printed in India, and then he returned the original to Samling Monastery. He made sure that it's arrived as well, and later I heard that it arrived in Pugali.
How was it living and working with David Snellgrove? How was he as a person and as a friend?
David was a good heart, very honest. He can be compassionate, like a Lhasa, but he can be also a very difficult person. from time to time. He gets upset very easily, like the boiling milk. But then once you know that this boiling milk is going to go down very easily, in 2 minutes things can be over, everything fine. Reading the texts with him, I had quite a lot of experience. The funny thing about it is that whilst working very seriously on the text of translation, half of his mind is in the kitchen to cook what to eat in the next meal. He is himself a very good cook, and never really quite satisfied by anybody to cook something. You know, something always wrong there.
How was for you the transition from a monastic education into Western academic education?
It wasn't very hard for me, I must honestly say this, because I think from now, when I think about it, it was because of my age. I was quite young enough, just about. If I had been older than that, it would have been difficult. It would have been much difficult, like our friend Sanapadi, and also like the lamas who came to Germany, to Italy, Denmark, and so on. They were much older than me, and so they remained as a lama. It didn't change. And to talk with them on research, people don't seem to follow what you mean by research and so on. And this I always have a problem with the Tibetans. When you meet in the research, what do you, the first thing they would say, what is the research? Well, it's not easy to talk to explain either. And when I went back to Lhasa, for example, in the Academy of Social Sciences, the Tibetan, young Tibetan, there was no question of this. When you say research, everybody understood what it was all about. So what? It's some kind of question of a modernization. If you remain a real monk, faithful, follow your faith, research is almost impossible.
You were in London and you decided to stay there for some time. So what happens next?
Oh, yes, I made this translation of the history, which was published. And then then I wanted to go on doing PhD. This was already in 1969. And my post in Soviet, which they created for me especially, came to an end. I had to find something else. So I had to put aside my plan to do PhD. And then I was invited by Rolf Stein to work with him in Paris. So I came over to Paris. But there was much to do, things that I couldn't do anything much for my PhD. And after a while, I was invited to go to Japan. I spent there for a year about. At the end of that year in Japan, then I started my plan. I resumed to do the PhD. And then started applying for a post in Aris, which took me nearly about 5 years. The first, second, third, fourth were there were no until the third time my name was not even entered into the list. From the fourth year, yes, my name was selected, but not approved because of the shortage of proposals, the budget and so on. And then on the 5th year, fine, the news came round. It was very strange here, in fact, that when you have a friend who's on the committee, then he would tell who is in, who is out. Then I was in. This was in 1980. 1979, yes, 1980. I entered CRS. A post which scholars may really invade us. The interesting thing about this working in CRS is that you are almost completely free. And you propose to do whatever you want to do, and then make sure that you do it, and then your plan is approved, and then the result, whatever there was, the committee approves in the end, then that's fine. The only difficult thing is that you present a research project, and then it's not very easy to carry it out in a given time. But if your work is not ready for the time that you mentioned, it could be all right for once, but not twice, to be ready for the next project. And then it was quite important to do the work here in France, to do it in French if possible, really. But then, given my position, my education background, it was okay. My publications, for example, the secret divisions was one of the things that they proved, but they were not so happy that it was in English. It should have been in French. I understood the question, yes. And then I got in science. I can show you there is I won a medal, a silver medal. This was out of the blue because I was really very surprised with that. On the idea that the university was there was an originality. But there's something else there. There are two things: originality. I can't remember that. Original and something. Anyway, so this was something very unexpected and quite nice to be recognized what you do.
In your work, why did you decide to focus on the topics you did focus?
The topic is I dealt with several things. For example, mountain Yula deity. The Yula question is that I went back with the funds of grants of CNRS. You can apply for every year. Every 2 years I went back to Tibet or somewhere. You plan that you want to go to a certain place and you want to do this and that and so on. And I went back to Tibet in 1985. This was about 30 years after my departure. And then it was not very long time after the Cultural Revolution, so everything was starting now, coming out. People are very cautiously to bring out whether they are the texts or religious items hidden away or somewhere. And I went back to my own village, and they were thinking to re-establish the Geluk colored on that year after 22 years of forbidding. So I witnessed the way they re-established the whole thing, the procedure, the process of the ritual. So I presented the account in the IATS meeting in Munich. I think it was 1995, something. And then later, the idea of working on the Geluk colors was okay. There were several people who were doing much the same thing. This was just by coincidence. I didn't, not even it was in my plan when I applied for the grant. But they are doing this, so I thought, oh well, why not work on this? The other topic is something in Dzogchen was my PhD thesis topic.
How was it working on Dzogchen while you also practiced Dzogchen as a practitioner? So now you approach the same knowledge,
yes,
from a completely different perspective.
Absolutely, yes. This was partly because of Professor Stein. When I came over to Paris to work with him, he made me give lectures in his place when he had to go somewhere else, something like that. And then I did that. I picked up the topic, Dzogchen. Really, and as you say, this was something known to me a little bit, not so much. Because my practice of meditation in the monastery is based on the same tradition of Dzogchen. And also that one of the ways of the 9 ways was Dzogchen as well. Anyway, I started giving lectures on the Dzogchen, and this then developed into kind of a theme that I became interested more on the side of the origin of this tradition, rather than the tradition itself. I want to know from where it came from, whether it is from, according to the Buddhist tradition, it is from India, or some other people saying that it's from China. And nobody thought that it's something it could be possible to have been developed in Tibet itself. So my proposal is that there was a Tibetan origin. So this was one new, at the time it was quite unknown. Now, of course, a lot of people talk about it, and I'm very glad to say that I quite see often in the academia edu, to see that a lot of people are using it as a source. So it makes you feel that's fine. If somebody else reads your book.
And the other topics, how did you decide to work on them?
Other topic is that some more or less anthropological. I became interested in the Tibetan society, how this was organized, with the rituals, made rituals and the myths. There is always a myth that precedes a ritual, and then this ritual is always connected with the society. And the Geluk is also a part of this as well. But the ritual itself always divided into 2 parts. Myths first, and then the ritual main thing comes after. And this I found that not many people did this work on this topic, which was This mainly I was influenced by the anthropologists in the laboratory where I used to work in the Senegalese. I used to work in Nanterre, where there's this laboratoire, which is a French word for institute. It's called the Laboratoire d'Ethnologie et de Sociologie Comparative. And there were mainly people, mostly anthropologists, working on India, China, African society. So it was not me that I wanted to join this laboratory, but somehow I was led to this by Alexander MacDonald. He was there, he was an important member of this. And then the head of this laboratory was Eric Dompier, who was a very important, it was he who set up this institute. And MacDonald and Dompier were determined to make this institute into some kind of open establishment with the different people, with many different backgrounds and so on. So they were quite happy to have a Tibetan there, which was fitted me very well. To go to CNRS, you need to be a member of the laboratory. Then you say to CNRS, I belong to this institute. Then CNRS is quite happy to accept you to work with. Once you belong to an institute, if you have no connection with the institute, it is almost impossible to go into CNRS. Anyway, so once into CNRS, I was just quite amazing that it is the French tradition, more or less. Once you got into, or you got into later, then you just step up. Every year there is a promotion. There's no way of turning back. There was only one way. After 2 or 3 years in CNRS, there was a choice for me. Either I become naturalized, and then I would become permanent member, permanent post, holding the permanent post, or I remain as a foreigner, and then the work would be regarded as a temporary or year by year. It was uncertain whether it would be renewed or not after 1 year. So you can imagine that, because you would choose to be naturalized, so then you need to be worried about later that you will be pushed out after 1 year or what. So I became naturalized French.
You took French citizenship?
Yes. One thing I haven't mentioned is this. I was elected as the president of the International Association of Tibetan Studies, which I think more or less I should mention. It was an honor to do that, to become. And especially for the Tibetans, we thought that the Tibetans would never arrive there. But it's not true, because they were after me.
How did you see the changes of the IATS, of the International Association for Tibetan Studies, during your engagement with the association? Or its development somehow?
Well, there was a tremendous interest. I mean, the association grew year by year. When you come from one session to another, sometimes it doubled the number of researchers. most of these people who want to join in were from China and Tibet, because it was very interesting for them to be able to join in with the association party, because that gives you the chance to go out of China or out of Tibet. This was the only way, an excuse to go out. And I must say that maybe I should not mention in the public, but it is somehow. There were so many Tibetans who want to come, and without thinking of how to present their own abstract or their own papers. They seem to be very well aware of the problem, research and scientific studies. There's a lot of the things they seem to were elementary, very school work.
Genla, you took part in the very first IATS in 1979 in Oxford.
That's right, yeah.
How do you remember it?
I remember very well that, because Sanjay Tenzin was there, invited there as well. And also, I was asked to chair one session. I was very surprised because I felt myself, too young to do such a thing. And the people, speakers in this session were, for example, like Mr. Richardson, Hugh Richardson. He was there. He told me, no, be careful, don't say that Professor Richardson. I'm not Professor. Of course, I wouldn't. I knew that, but he was Scottish. He wanted to make sure that I make something, such a statement. But it was quite interesting. There were about 40, 50. I got to photograph. The other day, somebody mentioned that there were 60. I don't think there were 60 people, but there were quite a lot of them. But really, very small number comparing now. There were more than 800 applications here.
In Paris?
Yeah. And it was a Terry Weil became the first president of this association. He was voted while Alexander MacDonald told him that he was elected while he was sitting on the toilet. I don't know how he knew that.
What was the atmosphere like at the first meeting?
It was jolly, very nice. I remember that Pyakama came with his two little children. And there were two photographs, very old ones. One was all together. The other one we wanted to be only Tibetans, and with their wives, foreign wives, shall we say. But then David came in, joined in without knowing that what we were doing. It was very funny. Anyway, the photo was taken.
How was it to be the president of the IATS?
Yes, this was quite unexpected from my point of view. In the end, it was a positive signal towards the Tibetans, in fact. And after that, there was an article about this in Masu paper in Dharamsala, which unfortunately didn't last very long, the paper itself. But the fact that it carried an article explaining how a Tibetan became president of the International Association of Tibetan Studies. So, which they didn't imagine that there would be a Tibetan doing that. From my own experience, it's a very hot seat. You heard, not directly, but you heard a lot of criticisms that are coming from different directions. And quite often from your own friends. But the thing is that, like any position that you are, if you are head of a group, and all the rest more or less democratically minded people, it's not necessarily you always get the satisfaction of whatever they say or whatever they do. But I got on very well with the Eliot Spelling. He was the convener of the session that took place in the Blue Meter. And the only thing, regrettable thing was that he never managed to publish the proceedings of this session. And yet he made the promise each time that IATS continued, but he never came up with this project of publication.
And Genla, could you say something about the beginnings of the Bonpo exile community, please? About the beginnings of the Bonpo community in exile.
Okay. Well, in fact, I can't say very much because I was not there at the very beginning. And Kalipon, there was a group of the Washawas. And later, when Tenzin Namdak and Sanjit returned from England to India, they led this group of people coming from all different parts of Tibet. And I was not actually there when they started settling in Dolanji, in Himachal Pradesh, in India now, which at any rate, the community is a flourishing settlement, and the monastery itself is a very sort of inspirational establishment for all these people who follow this religious faith in Tibet itself. And the monastery is looked up as a kind of a model. And in fact, it's very much admired that you go out to a foreign country in East Africa, such a thing, with success. It's sort of a very rare thing. And now it has become the center of learning. A lot of the monks from Tibet wanted to come in, and very few succeed in reaching it.
What were the conditions when they came and the Bonpos got the land in Dolanji? How was it to establish a new monastery out from scratch? Would you know something about it?
The condition of the layman people.
And yeah?
Yes, the settlement in itself. I can't tell very much because I was not there. The only thing I can tell you is from the experience from my mother. She told me the stories, how hard it was, in fact, compared to our homes in Tibet itself. I think that much I can say. That I am not really I have no experience in working with them because I lived in Europe and I went to India to fetch my mother to bring to England and so on. So I was not there actually.
And Genla, how was it when you returned to Tibet after 30 years, when you went to Sherkok? again?
Yes, this was in 1985. So it was about 30 years since 1959. The situation was just, it was aftermath of the Cultural Revolution, and which was ended in 1976. So this is not very long afterwards, in 1985, and at the stage in which I found that the Tibetans were desperate, both in the terms of economy and religious practice. The monasteries were mostly in ruins, and the monks were, the older generation were disappeared, and the young ones had no places where they could continue their studies. Even the re-establishing the small gzhi for Yula cult was difficult. They didn't have any sources to look at how to establish it. So the Cultural Revolution did its work with great depth. It was very sad to find the members of our family mostly disappeared. The older generation, and a few of them survived. The place I used to live with my grand-uncle for 7 years was gone. There was grass growing, rubbles were still there, and then the monastery itself just completely abandoned. So it was like that almost everywhere I went in that year, 1985.
And you also did work for the book The 9 Souls of a Man, published in French.
Oh yes, yes, we did the work together. He wrote the story in French. It's Philippe Sagan. It's called 9 Forces of Man. And I told the story. I knew and I remembered mostly laymen's role in the society. Laymen's belief, not always the religious one. The layman who became the head of the society, the head of the federation, the head of the village, with the special qualities, with the special knowledge. And there, the idea of 9 forces, 9 strength of man, believed quite often to be the descendants of the local deity, which is a belief that was quite common among the laymen people.
Geluk, could you say something about your work in Japan, where you went after
Yes.
Paris and London?
Right. I was in Japan in 1975 for about a year in a place called Toyobunko, which is a library with a very large research department. And I gave lectures and so on. And there was a young man called Yasuhiko Nagano, who was appointed as the caretaker of me in Tokyo. And he was a linguist in Tibetan, in spoken Tibetan fluently. By then, 1975, I did not know that he was going to come back. I mean, he was going to be working with me not in Toyobongo, in Tokyo, but in Osaka. National Museum of Ethnology is called the place where I went and worked with him on a project of publication. This was mainly he got the grants from the Japanese government, and his idea was that Japanese scholars that were left behind was for the Bon religious studies. They were equal to the European scholars in the field of Buddhist studies, but as far as the Bon religious concerned, they were behind, he felt. And this was the reason that he gave to the Japanese government. They must give him some money to carry out this work. So he got a very generous help from the Japanese government. And so he proposed to work in Osaka, and we did somehow. There was no problem with the money. So he could just select texts or try to write out something. In the end, we did several books. As soon as you finish it, it's already published. It was very fast moving. One of the works was the survey of the Bon monasteries and the Bon temples in Tibet. And this, of course, we couldn't do all that ourselves. We managed to find Tibetans in Tibet to do the work. That means going around, traveling all over the places wherever they found a temple or monastery. The problem was during that time, this was the 1990s, the monasteries were quite scattered all over the place. And it's from one place to another to go, sometimes it takes days on horseback. And when you arrive at a place, you find that the monastery is locked, so you can't get in, not to mention to ask anybody. Situations like this very hard. And somehow we managed to together temples and monasteries about 173 or something. I can't remember exactly the figure. That is including the monasteries in Dolanji in India and Tibetan in Nepal. And another Bon monastery near Darjeeling. And apart from that, we published several other books. One of these is a catalogue of new publications of Bon texts in Tibet, and that had to come to Tibetan. And this we did with the monks of Tibetan, and the Zenapta was quite willing to help us with his monks. And the monks were very willing, very interested in the working, because Nagano came with the 5 computers, and we with him, we all together taught the monks how to work. You have to cut there. he had to work. I mean, we taught the monks how to type in Tibetan, and so they were quite enthusiastic to learn about this computer work. So this was the beginning of the monks to work on the computers in Nepal. And within a few months, we made a very detailed catalogue of the new cutting texts, which is a part of the Bonpo canon. And this was published in Chindu. And there was also a symposium, international symposium was organized in Osaka, inviting about 30 scholars on all different aspects of this religion, Bon religion, made from Europe. And this was published later, myself being one of the editors of this book. And few more other works, like one book is called The Call of the Blue Cuckoo, which contained 9 different old manuscripts, very, very typical Bon religious texts with the vocabulary, different ideas, very typically Tibetan. And this has been very interesting work because several students, PhD students in Beijing, took as their topics from different texts from this book. So it has been very influential. Another book was that I wrote it on the wood carving of the block prints of the Bon canon in Dzong that took place in the 18th century, and a print of this Tabashiru's Namtar, some kind of biographical account of the founder of the Bon religion. And this was written, the text was written by my grand uncle, and the biographical account, the print, which is printed on a cotton, but not very clear. But still, that was the only copy that existed, which I made a photocopy or photographs, and this was preserved in the Nanshin monastery. It is about that much. I mean, the books we published together with the Nagano.
And could you please tell how 2 other very important books, The Secret Visions and then the biography of the Fifth Dalai Lama, how did they came about?
This was just quite unexpected too. A Swiss dealer managed to lay his hands on a volume of a gold manuscript, which he took to try to sell, took to London and tried to sell there, but he couldn't get the price he wanted. But then in London, an expert whose name was not mentioned, but it told him that the book, the writer of the book was Fifth Dalai Lama. And so, but then even then, he didn't manage to sell it. And then it turned up in Paris. And then the Lionel Fournier, a French collector of Tibetan paintings, phoned me up to say that he got a manuscript volume and he wanted to know what it's all about. So I went to his place, and there were the dealer, and then there were several other people. All were anxious to know what the book was all about. And I looked through the text quite rapidly, and I came to know this was indeed really a work by the Fifth Dalai Lama, and all written very beautifully in gold, and with a lot of illustrations. And then Lionel Fournier decided to buy it, which he did. And then later, he asked him if I would be interested in the working on the manuscript. I said, yes, I would. I was. And that's how I came to know, just by chance, the existence of this manuscript. And I had no doubt that it come from Potala, but how it got out of Potala, difficult to tell, hard to tell. Maybe during the Cultural Revolution that it came out, but it certainly belonged to the collection in Potala. There were internal suggestions that finger points to that source in the Potala. And so the date is from the 17th to the 17th century, and the beauty and the quality of the work was quite fantastic. I mean, very rare that you find in the writing, the written, the style in which the gold used to write. And this was there. The description of the quality of the manuscript and the illustrations was written the way I had stored out a chapter in this from artistic point of view. I made a resume of that. A summary of the text, not translation, a summary of the text in English. And this was how Anthony Aris came to publish it. When I phoned up to say that I saw Lionel Fournier and he's got this gold manuscript. Anthony already had seen it in London. Before it came to Paris, he had seen it. And he said he thought he was going to write, going to contact with him. He thought. And I did it anyway. And that was my interest in the writings of Fifth Dalai Lama. But in fact, when I did research on Dzogchen, I also started reading his writings on the Dzogchen as well. So there was a connection with me with his writings, with Dalai Lama's writings. And that made me familiarize the style of his work, his ideas, his way of interpreting the Dzogchen thought. So, and then I became interested in his autobiography, which is quite a different material, in fact, from the secret visions of the first book, which he talked about, in which he talked about his visions of deities and the different heavens, which he kept a secret all his life without letting other people know the existence of this. apart from 2 or 3 monks close to him. He feared that he would not be approved by the Orthodox Geluk. And in his autobiography, it's really in the art sense of the real story that he described how he, for example, built Potala and the journey he made to Beijing, invited by the Manchu emperor, and his relations with the other heads of religious sects in Tibet, and his endeavor to harmonize the relationship between religious sects, apart from this Jonang, somehow one was not very keen on. This is altogether different story, but still, it is one of the best sources of 17th century Tibet. All the dates, weeks, sometimes the recording is day by day or week by week or month by month. So, very precise chronological order. And I did this. I only made a translation of the first volume. There are 3 volumes. And the first one is the longest one. And it contains the most important events that took place in his life. And that marks as one kind of a landmark of Tibet. And my idea was that the writings of Dalai Lama was very difficult to read, even for scholars. I noticed that with the Richardson and other historians, they had difficulties in reading. So, to make it easier for either the scholars who can't read or those who don't read Tibetan at all, but interested in Tibetan history of the 17th century, I thought this would help. And in fact, I came to know there are several others who started working on the different personalities mentioned in this autobiography. One of the best writers, like Sean Jones, started working on the different regions of the Dalai Lama, mainly using my translation. And this was I felt rewarding, because this was exactly what I thought I intend to do. And this he is working on 3 different regions. This is going to be published in Dharamsala. So this is one good example. Those who cannot read Tibetan but are very deeply interested in Tibetan history and could work out from the translation directly.
How was it working with Anthony Aris?
We had a very good relationship. He was very, everything precise, honest, and very effective. And he was profoundly interested in the Tibetan history himself. It's not just simply doing business. His idea was to preserve Tibetan culture, religion by publishing. And apart from that, he has also a kind of a scholarly quality as well. By reading proofs, he would come up with very good ideas to do different ways. And this is something not like just simply a publisher, but his own interest in the field, which is quite good thing.
Did you also know Michael Aris?
Oh yes, very well, in fact. When he organized as a convener of the 1979 IATS conference in St. John's College at Oxford, he already started thinking this regulation of the association IATS, and he discussed with me on several points. He was making jokes about that, but this really became very important, the text to follow for the IATS. And this was the second year's the symposium or the seminar in Oxford, and which we talked about a little bit earlier on. It was made his suggestion that it should consider as a second seminar following the first that was organized in Zurich. And then later on, when he was in Harvard, he invited me to give a talk there in Harvard, at Harvard. And by that time, he was really going through a difficult time, a difficult period, because his Suji was already had been there in Burma for a long time, and he had no access to her. So he had quite a low spirits when I saw him in Harvard.
Could you please tell something about how you worked or how you remember Professor Rolf Stein?
Professor?
Rolf Stein. Stein.
Oh, Stein. Mm-hmm. Yes, he invited me to work with him when I actually needed to work. My work in London at the end of the day, he knew that. And so he was a man very humble, very hardworking, and smoking a lot, continuously. He was trying to find always a Tibetan concept that is not borrowed or coming from Chinese or Indian sources. The very Tibetan idea, when he found it, he was very happy about it. Otherwise, he felt that either it is coming from India or it is from China. And it looked like that the Tibetans never have their own ideas. Well, why is it that? So here, this was the main his research point. And he was very tolerant, accepted almost anything that had a connection with the Tibetan. He would use it for his research. And so there was a big contrast between the two men I worked with first with David Snellgrove and then Stein. Both the difference between the two was that David was more Indian side, and he Stein himself on Chinese side. But doing work on Tibet, they have a different approach as well. David was very selective and tend to quite often more or less judgmental. Stein would accept anything, just any simple thing that has a connection. He would use it as a sort of authentic source, which David would never do that. Apart from that, of course, we had some kind of a common background. He's not actually French, he's born in Germany. And then from there, he had to leave the country and then come to adopt another country, like I did myself. He would read the text very loudly with me, as if he wanted to do the exercise somewhat. And then from now on, then I asked the question, who is this, or what does this mean? And when it's 12 o'clock in the middle of the day, he just stops in the middle of the text, and then starts having lunch, which he brought from home. His wife prepared a lunch kit for him to take. The only thing that is the cigarette thing that he smoked all the time when he was I don't smoke, so I had to put it up.
How do you remember Alexander MacDonald?
Oh yes, it was him and the head of the laboratory, Eric Dompier. They were both working together very closely. And they wanted to expand the laboratory to promote anthropological studies with the different people, with the different backgrounds, and make it more international. And that's why they accepted me to be a member of that laboratory, just because I'm a Tibetan. And Sanjay himself is a very frank, too frank sometimes. That's why he met a lot of enemies in the place, because he said things too directly to everybody. But he was a very hearted, good-hearted man, and always tried to help others. He wrote to me, he continuously wrote to me letters until he couldn't manage any more because he got an eyesight problem. And every time I published a book, he would always demand one copy for him, which I did. But I couldn't go and see him because his eyesight almost gone. And he suffered really a lot.
Genla, with whom did you do your PhD? Your PhD, who was your supervisor?
Oh, this was David. He suggested me to do it as an external student, because the internal student was too expensive. I think it was a very good advice. And if you are registered as an external student, you can extend from time to time if you cannot finish it. And this was really good advice, because that's what happened to me. Because I couldn't finish one several times that I was supposed to finish. I couldn't, for one reason or another. And apart from that, on the research side, he couldn't help me very much because he was constantly traveling somewhere or doing something else outside of the country. And then when he came home, he didn't have a time at all to do anything. But the only administrative side, he really helped me when I needed a letter, for example, to extend the deadline, which he did. And later, when he wrote the book, the Indian masters and the Tibetan followers, he wrote to me that he wants to have a new chapter here. He would have wanted to have a new chapter using my thesis, but it was too late when my thesis came out to publish. His work was already for publication. And I was very interested to hear that from him, because he said, you developed some new material which I didn't see. And I wanted to put in one section on that, but it was too late anyway now. Yes.
And Genla, your work has been quite revolutionary, also sometimes questioning Tibetan traditional views. Was it always accepted in the Tibetan community, in the exile, or in Tibet itself?
Yes, this was a very interesting question. I mean, this is the most, particularly in the Arrow and the Spindle, the book. It became very popular. I would say, without hesitation, it became a kind of a popular. It had readership in Tibet, and shall we say in China. I mean, in the Beijing, for example, for the student, it is set text. So that means all the students doing Tibetan studies must read it. And when it came, and then it was translated into Tibetan. So that means more accessible for the Tibetans. If it is in English, because they couldn't read it, and so that was good, the handicapped. And when I went to visit, giving lectures in Beijing, but quite often people come up to say that I read your book, and I'm doing now PhD thesis on that theme, this theme, and then I got the inspiration from your work. And it was very interesting to hear that, because when you publish something, and that people who are reading and they say that they were using it, so this is kind of rewarding, you feel. So you did not really lose your time in publishing that work. But it was the rebirth side. I mean, it was a opposite side of what's happened in Dolanji, in India, among the Tibetans. There I had quite a different reaction when the monks read about the Alvin Spindle. This happened in the monastery in Dolanji. One evening, I should give a talk in the monastery, and whether the abbot should be there or not was a question. If the abbot was there with me, then the monk would not be too aggressive, or they would not dare to ask questions too direct. So I decided, asked the abbot not to come. So he didn't come. And then in the talk, there were several monks who came with the copies of the book. And then it stood up one after the other, showing the lines on the page. You said this, that, you said that, which is your heretical point of view. and you have lost your sentiment about this tradition and so on and so on. So I felt that it was hard to explain, to respond in a way that would satisfy them, because there were the fundamental differences between them and me. I didn't lose totally faith in this religion, but then I'm not a practitioner either. So my own way of doing this thing, I was very interested in this religious question from scientific point of view. I mean, for example, whether we can really accept or not, for example, Tabashir, whether he was a historical figure or not. It is quite unlikely that he was a historical figure, unless you can find archaeological evidence or written earlier sources. It was me who pointed out that the Tabashir name mentioned in the Muhammad scriptures at least 6 times. And this is something that you can say that during that time, people knew the name of this, whoever it was. Apart from that, we don't know anything about it, whether he was a Tibetan, a Chinese, the Iranian, what language he spoke, we don't know. And this was completely something obnoxious to the monks to ask such questions. He was regarded as some kind of beyond all these questions. So you should never speak about that. Buddhists, I mean, if they regard like this, they have the right to do so. I mean, I would not deny, but I was expressing myself, just my point of view. So we had quite lively debate, and but then the monks tended to be going beyond the point, saying that you wrote that without thinking properly. That kind of question, without thinking the interests of the monastery and so on. So I had to. They draw up the list to alter when the second edition comes out. I didn't promise. I could not promise to do that. But I wrote a reply. Question number 1, 2, 3, dealt with. And this was later published in the review of the Dolanji people. Dolanji monastery. There is a review called Bonpo, which this was published. So had this different reactions from different backgrounds. One like in Tibet or in China itself, they know even if it is communist country, on scientific side of they know the modernization, scientific studies. They understand it more easily, much better more than the monks. I mean, I'm not really surprised at the monks, their reaction. They would do such a thing. When they came up, queuing one after the other, saying something, this or that, you feel that they are the people who are coming out, they just directly out of the 14th century or something.
Speaking about monastic environment, could you say how did you get your Geshe degree?
How did I?
Get your Geshe degree. How was your Geshe exam? How did it look like to study for a Geshe?
Oh, well, this was a, no, I didn't quite agree with this because I did myself a Geshe in the monastery according to the tradition. Later I came to realize you need to write something, not just simply passing this degree by doing some sort of oral examination, debating or things like that, whatever, the text learning by heart. This is what when they say Geshe, there is no written text.
Now there is.
Now there is something I heard. There was a very late development, and then without any written thesis, which is, 1950s, the 60s, the 70s, it was okay, but no more. But I'm glad they started doing this. I heard about it. Yes.
I will go to the concluding questions. Genla, what has your career in Tibetan studies given to you personally? How has it enriched or changed your life?
Well, this was the first, I was in London when I took the first decision, was that to stay on, whereas stay on in London, whereas my friends there are and other wanted to go back. I thought that I should continue to study and do something about Tibetan studies. Not just getting any job, but just try to pursue Tibetan studies. It's a kind of task, I thought. And this wasn't easy. This wasn't easy because the universities, there were no independent Tibetan sections in the universities. If you want to do something in the Tibetan studies, either you do with the Sanskrit or with the Chinese. It looked like the Tibetans couldn't stand on its feet. And then behind this, there was the political question. The Indian side, the Tibetan studies should be grouped under the Indian ideology. And then Chinese thought, the Sinologists thought that the Tibetans should be grouped under Sinology. So they did not exist independently. So that means either you know Sanskrit well or Chinese. By just knowing Tibetan, it was not enough. And this was everywhere like that. And doing a PhD, for example, unless you were connected with some either one or the other, your thesis might not be accepted somehow, or the supervisor would not be willing to supervise. But then, this was the period in which I found myself with the problem. And that's why I had to delay my PhD, because apart from the work I had with the Soviet was ended, and then I knew that it was going to end in 1969, and I started working on the Dzogchen thought, and then I made some applications in different places for opposed to do the PhD thesis. Each time I received a reply. Either you should do Chinese or do Sanskrit on that department or this department. There is no other way of doing it. There is no other way. So I thought, it was quite impossible. But I kept on my fight to do just Dzogchen thought, without telling I need to do Sanskrit or Chinese. Which in the end I managed to be able to do it. So the career in the research work began with the difficulties, but I did succeed in the end. now we are in a period that the Tibetan studies are at last, well established in the different places, in the high universities, which is a very interesting development. And this should, I hope this will continue, and more development will come.
In your work, what did you find the most interesting and the most challenging? In your work in Tibetan Studies,
yes,
what did you find the most interesting and the most challenging?
Well, I think I should say the autobiography of the Fifth Dalai Lama. I became very interested and very challenging as well. As earlier on, I mentioned that the chronology and everything else, it seemed to be quite important part of this work. But then there are a lot of other problems, very challenging in this biography, autobiography. There are a lot of names and names which we don't know anything. And then it could be found in nothing at all about these personalities. He mentioned pages after pages, just the name of the list of names. And there were people from other countries like Manchuria or Mongol names, and China as well. So the challenging was that if you really want to dig deeper, you need to know Mongolian language and the Chinese as well, or rather Manchu language, which I don't. And interesting because it is a really purely Tibetan problem and dealing with the Tibetan situation there. It is a period in which the rule of the Dalai Lama covered over Tibet. It was quite a large, from Ngari right down to Amdo, or to Tanchilu, under the Dalai Lama. It is rather like imperial period of the earlier time. And I'm sure that he felt it was a renewal also of a sort, the earlier imperial period, without creating such a large army like the king's Jaipur period, but mostly through some kind of diplomatic interview and a persuasion of Buddhist ideas, a Buddhist approach. And that's why I think he succeeded in a certain way with the Mongols, mainly with the influence of the third Dalai Lama. It was already important among the Mongols. So the name of the Dalai Lamas were very important. And his Dalai Lama's relation with the Mongols was extremely important at the time. And this was, and I think I told that the Tibetans should know about this, important of this 17th century history. But they, somehow the Tibetans tend to regard the Fifth Dalai Lama as just a holy person. And in fact, there is a new written text to the short books explaining his role in the real terms, like he himself tells. So now I thought this was a very important work and very challenging as well.
Genla, what do you regard as your most significant contribution or contributions, and why? What you think are your most important contributions
on the Tibetan studies? I think the Fifth Dalai Lama's biography is important for the historical studies, and I was surprised that so far nobody has done that work, and it just somehow felt on my shoulders to do that. And it was a very, some people told me that it's a very crazy thing to do. I mean, to make a translation of such text is very risky, in fact, because you are bound to make somehow missing part or making mistakes, because the language itself is so obscure in many places. When the Fifth Dalai Lama resumes his story, that was very obvious in his time, but it is no longer so obvious for us. And he doesn't explain why he said this only most of the time. You are left just with the thirst to know why and why and why. So it is called a mandate to embark on to do such a thing on that work. But then I thought, whatever happens, when we write at a time period, it passed on. After the next period, it becomes obscure anyway, because our ideas they change. But lately, my work on the Dzogchen seemed to be becoming some sort of reference work. And that was, I was quite surprised at this, because like Nakano, who did this work on the Dzogchen read a lot. But then his work are not considered as scientific somehow. I mean, if you read, if you go on academic edu, nobody mentioned that his work as a researcher. So, because of the difference between me and him is that he purely religious traditional master and a great writer as well, but he never tried to. He makes a lot of statements that is not proved by any kind of evidence. Most of the time, he claims really a lot. And that was the problem I felt.
Are there still topics you would like to pursue?
If I could, yes, I would continue the translation of the particular, but I don't think I will. I had enough with it.